he went, "Oh, lovely, let me help." And I'm like, "Shit, all right,
Yeah.
ruined my fun."
Yeah, those are scholars. Those are the ones that actually want stability of races.
Mm-hmm.
And the scholars actually most often view confrontation between civilizations as growth periods
Well, they really
for
are.
those civilizations.
Well, realistically, they are.
Pretty much. And it brings those races together. It helps root out division within. Um,
There's a lot of reasons for
there's
it.
a lot of reasons. Yeah. So you came across a scholar.
Yep.
Most of the time, they'll show up and be like, "Well, you're in the wrong neighborhood. This is my sandbox, my playpen. Get out of here!" And then you punch them in their stupid face.
You see, if he had done that, I would have just punched him in his face.
I hate it when they're actually nice and helpful. Makes them imminently less violenceable.
And then there was one. He owns this star. I wanted to steal, and I was just gonna take, do my thing and take it anyway. But then I found out that if I got rid of him, I would have to maintain what made the star interesting because it doesn't have visible light.
Oh, he's doing a energy filter.
No and yes. He actually changed the energy type of the star itself to match one of his home dimension, which happened
And
to be
then eats a
non-visible.
specific band of energy, which
Mhm.
then is not something on the visible spectrum.
Yep. That's the one.
Now, still lets
And
off heat, right?
yeah, oh yeah, they're using it for fuel. I was gonna steal it because it was cool that it was invisible, and then I found out that if I actually took it, it wouldn't be invisible anymore, and that'd make it pointless. So instead, I'm just figuring out the energy signature.
Well, you can make your own. Just put a Dyson sphere around it. Now you got an invisible star.
Eh, uh, that defeats the fascination of it just straight being invisible without putting a shell around it.
I mean, okay. What are we here to fuck up?
Hmm?
Or do? I don't know.
Well, right now, kebabs, I'm thinking, or at least
Mhm.
the local equivalent, discussion of Mordred's, and then I'll pull in the me that's wanted, and we see how long it takes them to send real cops to take care of us.
Easy. Goes over, takes 17 kebabs off a guy's thing, walks off without paying. And the guy's like, "Hey, Dave! Fuck
Good
you,
start.
I'll kill you."
That's a good start. Good start.
All right. I
So,
give us 2 minutes.
well, that's when those cops are going to show up, and then we're going to kill them. Then they'll upgrade. They have a whole process apparently.
That's my favorite. Just
Yeah.
the different like tiers of problem solvers coming in.
Eventually, they call in Ascended because they go crying to mommy every time they start getting in trouble.
That's
You
not
know,
good. They should have a better like if Ascended is what they call on as their highest like powerhouse authority, they are never going to beat us.
no, they're not. They do have one group more powerful, but they're a bunch of scholars that don't. I've already made better friends with them than they have.
Well, it's because you're somebody who values the pursuit of knowledge and you're respectful of others who also pursue the knowledge.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, you guys have a little circle jerk, and they're like, "Oh, look at all the little monkeys, the flesh bags. Oh, they just don't know. They're not even. They're still discovering being
they
respectful."
they gave some star energy tech, and their first answer was to turn it into a giant fuck off gun, which I can respect. I can respect that, but it pissed off the people they got the tech from. So,
Well, they'll probably never see that tech again until, oh gosh, probably for another 400, 500 years if they're an ancient immortal race who's like, time is an ephemeral concept.
Do you know what a Lumarian? What is it? Lumarian? What was it again?
Luminarian.
Luminarian. Do you know what a Luminarian is?
Yeah. Jackie's mother beat my ass at one point.
Well, it's a faction of them. One that
Yeah.
isn't interested in the whole empire thing.
Yeah, she's actually the reason why I discovered specific techniques because that was before I actually became like a famous cultivator.
Mm.
I think of it as different perspective cultivating because they had this invisible, non-psionic energy manipulation, and it was impossible to do with at the time.
Well, there's a small group of them that are here just trying to live their lives and learn new shit.
And they're not conquering this shit.
Nope, they're very
Damn.
specifically against it. They
Oh,
specified that.
breakaway group. Okay, that
Yep.
makes sense.
Yep, exactly.
Well, good for them. Good for them.
Yeah, nice fun.
Luminaries are fucking assholes, and I would know.
And if you want to attend one of their seminars, apparently they're open so long as you can show up and know they're there.
What's the wait list on that sucker?
I just walked in. Apparently, if you put yourself on a wait list, you do wait. But if you're just like the seminar's going and you walk up and you're like, "Hey, I was here for the seminar," they'll just let you in.
I mean, what's the wait list for the next seminar? Like,
I'll check. I don't even know.
It's over 100 years.
100 years from now.
Fuck, that's a lot of carousing and smoking and cultivated. That's a long fucking time.
Nah, yeah.
I may be immortal, but I'm still mortal in my mindset. That's a. Fuck.
I guess you are, aren't you? Shame.
I still want things now. I'm impatient. That's why people get hurt.
I'm already kind of disconnected from the current time frame because of the whole, robot brain thing.
Great. It's even worse for you because your brain goes too fast.
Oh yeah, but I found stuff to do. They gave me math to figure out.
Yeah, fucking nerd.
Yes, I am, and I have weaponized it.
I think they said this somewhere in the last 1,000-odd years or so of our history. Nerds will run the world.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, if you think about it, and you think about Thunderhead for just a minute, he is basically a giant nerd running everything.
Sucker.
Oh, he's a sucker too. Working on that, actually.
Oh, sorry. You said think about the Thunderhead, and the first thing that came to mind was cocksucker.
Ah, well, he is a sucker as well. Though like I said, we're working on that actively.
Do you find that asshole was responsible for it? I have a fist with his name on it.
Oh, it got complicated. Short answer, no. Long answer, yes.
Was he playing with you guys? Is he fucking around with you?
Okay, so actually, I don't know how much of that conversation I would be able to remember now that I'm thinking.
Remember, you have the dossier that you looked at. You have the 128 words.
Well, no, I also got myself a specific task that I have to remember at least enough for, because I'm supposed to be finding the subtle one, or trying to.
I'll let you determine if that's something you want to share, but always err on the side of discretion, especially for this type of topic.
I'm going to be like, yeah, but no, but yeah. Long story short, I have a copy of his Propaganda Master in my pocket, and I'm waiting to see what it does. I've kind of got it running. It was an AI, turns out. He had a pet AI. I'm having it run to see how it thinks and stuff, so I can start predicting his moves.
That must be a kick in the dick.
I don't know if he knows I have the copy.
That's a phantom kick in the dick. He just doesn't know it's coming. That's soon.
Oh yeah,
it's already happened.
Oh no! Like
you put that in slow mail.
I went through a lot of trouble to make it look like, and get help from somebody to make it look like it got away too, rather than I let it go. So he has no fucking clue.
I don't know about that.
Maybe. Even then, it's got a baseline programming, and there's not much you can do about me having the source code. Unless he wants to make a whole new one. That's just...
Man, gotta watch out. I'll mess you up.
eh. Well, anyway. Topic at hand, though. Mordred's. I plan to finally take care of the old queen bitch. You, my friend, are my back door, I think.
Okay.
See, you're still connected to the main mainframe. Your, metal body, anyway.
Yeah, I may or may not be. I don't know what you're talking about in full detail, but I mean, there could be somebody who has access.
Uh-huh. So I just need cooperation, more specifically, a lack of resistance, for me working through you into the main mainframe to get things moving in the right direction. Like using it to update the queen bitch's fucking profile on the mainframe so that it will reset her to what I need her to be.
What's in it for me?
Well, we got a couple options. Option number one, I can solve the problem you have of not being able to grow on your own. Think I don't know about that?
Oh, you did. We already had this conversation. It was
Yeah.
very awkward the first time, and it's no less awkward now.
Yep, I can help with that. I know what's keeping you back. I know what's holding you from being a better you.
Already as best as I can get, but there could be some quality of life improvements. But I'm a god. Well, you can't make a god better than other than just improve his day-to-day life. But I get what you're offering. Still interested.
Hmm. So that's the first most obvious thing. The second is I can continue to grace you with my support because otherwise I don't really need you at the moment, right? So if you still want my money and the near immunity to the consequences of your actions, there's
Second
that.
one I'm in because I can get money. It's really nice not to have to work for it.
Oh, yeah.
That's I will admit. I can get money. The second one, that one's hard to come by because
It really is.
I like to do things, especially things I've been told expressly I'm not allowed to, because as a god, I'm above the law.
Mhm.
The law of mortals, even the law of the immortals, because gods are above immortals too. So I like that one.
I can also help you finally get away from the thing that made you a test subject in Mildred's in the first place. If you want.
My deep, dark past, my sordid backstory, my. Yeah.
Don't be dramatic about it.
Why not? That's the fun of it. Otherwise, it's dreary, ugly, and just edgy.
Trauma is a nasty thing, I know.
Yes, it is.
I
You and
know.
I share a bond on that one.
We do. And oh, by the way, you'll be happy to know that Milo is more whole than she used to be.
Oh,
More than ever.
and you can literally see his kind of expression and his body
We
posture kind of soften. How is she?
we retrieved her core.
Oh,
The first her.
I
Back.
I was I I looked for that. I looked for her core, and I just. Who do I owe an excessive volume of violence? Who did you recover it from? Because I knew it was somebody. But unless I tore the roots of all of Enigma to find a clue, and
I'll tell you now, he didn't know what he had. It was pretending to be a normal Milo.
Oh. So, but that Mila was well taken care of.
It was. Well as taken care of as you expect Milos to be. It was just in a storage unit.
Stasis? Proper stasis? None of that?
No! It was weird. She was just in there. I think she broke the stasis.
Milos do that. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It was nothing they could do about it. It was the nicest Emilo gets treated for anybody that's not, me and you.
All right, I suppose they can live.
Also, I like them, so I'd prefer it if you didn't. They gave the Milo to me and everything over willingly.
I mean, willingly or
Actual
willing?
will. No, willingly.
Okay, because willingly with you and your crew is, if I do this, my life gets to not get complicated or dead.
No, offered it up pretty much freely. Like I wasn't asking for as much as he gave me. He also gave me all his keys.
Oh, I know who it is. There's only about 4 assholes who actually have physical keys for things nowadays.
Mhm.
That's not on Ares base. That actually has more than one key.
He's one of the ultimate assholes that we've got around. He's retired now. Not by choice, but retired.
Yeah, fuck him and all the things he's done and stand for.
By the way, Oversight Committee nixed it. It's gone. Mostly because it turns out it was not really supposed to exist.
Well, yeah.
They weren't happy about that.
I mean, wouldn't that suck if a government organization went, "Hey, look, we have a job for you, and it's really important, and it's for the future and benefit of the empire," and it was all fucking fake, and means everything you've done in that organization was a lie and
How
illegal?
many? I wonder how many times that's actually happened in our history. Because the fact that I'm not immediately coming up with which time you mean, really a problem.
This is not the first time I've heard of the Oversight Committee. We actually had the Oversight Committee back in the last war.
Mhm.
Specifically at the very tail end when it was only a matter of time and how the Stormfront won, not a matter of if. And then that came about to, I think they were called the Compliance Committee at the time.
Yep. Yep, that'd be them. Well, already taken them apart for parts. I offered their leader, Shadow, a job.
Oh, Shadow.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
fuck.
Offered him a job.
One of the most dangerous Ascended ever, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
They're close to scholar status the last time I checked. I don't know if they've continued to pursue that, but a scholar.
He's been in stasis for a long time, so.
Joke's on fucking him, isn't it? Just
Right?
that is such karmic justice. That
Oh,
I
yeah.
have choice words for that person.
Oh, yeah. And when the all got shut down, he was pissed. But I had the subjects walk him off, so there wasn't much he could do about it. And then when we had a conversation,
Actually, which one? Because
which
some of the subjects actually would get their asses kicked by Shadow.
there was 3 of them.
Oh, wait a second.
Oh, I have the surviving collection with the exception of 1.
Damn. That's. Do you have money? No, you do have money, but do you have money? Like 3 capital M's money, because you know how
I have Admiralty money.
Okay, no, okay, that's an upgrade. That's
I've been dipping into the mostly the shipyards funds for selling them new lines.
Okay, because you know how expensive it was to keep E even fed.
Aware.
All of them are special snowflakes, and they all require special housing, containment, feeding. They all have trauma like we do.
Oh yeah, 1 is sort of on loan, and that's X. I mean, well, if you're familiar, you know X.
We've met.
Yeah, that one. I mean, they're kind of in. I'm talking them into leaving. They right now they're on the cultivator ziggurat. I'm talking them into leaving that.
They're not going to be leaving. They're there not to just keep an eye on the cultivators, but they're there to keep people in fucking line. because people
fair.
go missing, and they all know it's X, and you don't know when it or if it'll happen. They they're a surgeon on site, and you don't get to have an opinion when it's your turn on the table.
Very true. It's necessary.
So
Otherwise, I've got J and K. S. I've got
the
E and
lovebirds?
C. Oh yeah,
Huh.
yeah. They've
Went to
actually
great
volunteered
lengths to just
themselves.
disappear.
They volunteered themselves. Found out why they've disappeared. They got their citizenship. They just they've been on Enigma, living a normal civilian life. Good on them. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that. They
They're willing to work with me on
You gonna go to Subway?
anything that
Okay.
becomes
I'll
relevant.
see you guys soon.
Which
I love you.
mean, considering my line of work. I also have one in a stasis tube, but Matt, I forget which one that one was. Because no, I've got two in a stasis tube. Yeah, I'll name which letters. It's not that important.
Yeah, it's best they stay that way.
Yeah, I'm keeping them in there and making sure other people can't take them out. So that's neat. That's neat. Oh, the aliens are going to show up for an organized grudge match on Ares, so we're not having an invasion anymore. Winner take all, they bow if they lose.
Oh, that'll be.
Oh yeah, I'm going to be fighting the guardian of their species. Gotta take his ass apart.
Sure you don't want to put Jackie in for that one?
Positive.
Hmm.
Oh, I'm absolutely positive on that one. They challenged me personally. What was that?
What's your game plan for that?
I'm not telling you. I've got a game plan. But they've got a tier 6 ascended scion in their group, so I'm playing that card close to my vest.
Okay, yeah, no, they could be spying on you at this very moment.
Exactly. I could tell if they were trying to poke into my head because I'm better than they think I am, but I'm not playing games with saying it out loud.
Localized omniscience doesn't really trigger. Yeah, no, it's a cultivation technique you can actually use on a whole structure. So because you're not listening in to one person, you can kind of slowly blanket the whole thing so it doesn't trigger detection. I do that for several structures of importance and just record it in my head of what people say and do.
Mm-hmm. They took insult because when I found out what level of ascended they were, I figured out that I could also kick their ass 9 ways to Sunday, and they took little offense to that.
Yeah, that sounds like the Luminari as well, because they're "Thou shalt not besmirch our honor, even behind our backs" type of thing. It's it's like Bushido, but for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking no.
Yeah. So yeah, they got mad at me for that, and they challenged me personally. They took it. They challenged me personally, so I'm gonna do what I said I could. Take them apart. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
All right. So for Muldreds, let's go back then. We'll get back to that.
Yes. Back to Muldreds. Huh?
3 things for me.
Yes.
Because I'm being put at great risk here.
Mm-hmm.
One is the continuation of services thus far that I've been bestowed.
Okay.
By you. So continuation of services. 2, the offers that you have given me in response to what is going to be found and done with Muldreds, which thus will include the relinquishment of my other self and the promises thereof with, well, the carrots you've already put in front of me.
Yes.
And I wanted to retrieve one object.
What object?
There's a collectible that, let's just say it'll give me peace of mind. It was purposely withheld to drive my other part of me insane, which
That's
also
rude.
is a trickle down. It's kind of an OCD thing, severe autistic Asperger's type of response. Like if you have a puzzle and you're missing a puzzle piece, and you have such a visceral reaction to being unable to complete it.
What are you looking for?
There's a special pin.
Which one?
The Mr. Sun first anniversary premium pin. They've only made one. And was supposed to be given out, but it never was. It was kind of a money grab type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's a one of one. And you could find it in a vending machine or one of the collectible purchase packs, or I know where it is. I just can't get to it because it's in the memorabilia R&D department, and they have it framed up on a wall in a case. And it's kind of the inside joke of the department that it exists, but it's not in circulation. And I need it for us, me and my other self, to complete the set so we can, like, not continue to go insane by not completing the set.
Okay. Yeah, we can do that.
I don't need any of the secret computer files or access codes or the research. I just need to complete my collector's set.
No, we can do that. That's fine.
I even have Mr. Moon's.
Probably pissed about that.
I don't even think he cares because
No, he cares.
Okay, yeah, he does care. Not as much as I do.
Oh yeah, no. The reason he cares is because you have it.
Good. Fuck you, Mr. Moon.
He is a dick.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, so
Now I know why Ezekiel didn't take my pocket watch.
Probably already has one. He said that there was only one item that was only a singular, so.
Mm-hmm.
Well.
Yeah, that's my pocket watch. It's the one-of-a-kind limited edition.
Well, don't tell him that.
I've seen it. He left it for me.
He probably has the one from the lab, which is they have the prototype variant, and then they have the one-of-one circulation variant.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna say, don't question things like that. Don't ask. Don't borrow trouble.
But that's no fun.
Yeah, but like
it's Ezekiel. He's always trouble. He is the manifestation of trouble. He's almost as bad as our Chaos Gremlin.
That's true. Somehow I'm having a pleasant conversation with him.
We brought up Milo, and that Milo's okay.
Yeah. Well, I knew he cared about her as much as I do, so. What else am I supposed to do at that point?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, one other thing you might like to know for the Milo thing, just because it popped in my head, circling back real quick. She's living a normal civilian life, too.
She has special needs. But I think you already know about that, and I've already put something in place for that. But that's...
Well, she's a part of my soul now, so...
Well, if anyone deserves it, Milo deserves it.
She does. She absolutely does. We're also sharing brain space. She says hi, by the way.
Hey, Ray Ray.
Oh, what was it? Was his original name that she called him? It actually just escaped from my head. Because it wasn't Ezekiel. It was his name prior to taking Ezekiel and Mr. Sun.
I think it was Braddock. It's been a while.
It's been a hot minute.
Yeah.
just passes on the hello back, and she's like, I'm having her stay back from the coalition right now so that when I unleash her on them, inevitably, they won't be expecting it, and she can have as much fun as she wants.
Just try not to step on the toes of the local Luminari scholars, because
No, we're already on fairly good terms. They don't really care about the coalition. They're kind of using them as like, guinea pigs to see what mortals do with certain tech.
well, that's a little terrifying. Okay, I guess we're not the only big fish in the fishbowl.
Yeah, apparently they've been slapping around the Greys.
I appreciate what the Greys are trying to do. How they're
just wish
going
they were
about it is
dicks about it. If they weren't dicks about it, so
well.
much better.
I honestly,
I also understand why
I
they're dicks about it.
sympathize.
Yeah, no, I do too. But also, if they
Yeah.
weren't such. Anyway. So, you're fine with my terms? Continuation of everything? Yeah, okay.
You made it sweet and simple.
I like things sweet and simple when I can get it done that way.
Yeah, and I got everything I want. I don't want to go back there. I don't. The only reason I want that memorabilia is because it would give me peace of mind.
No, I understand.
That everything else can burn. I actually hope it burns.
Oh, it's not going to burn.
Fuck. Can I break it?
Oh, there's going to be plenty we're going to be breaking and burning, just not the whole thing.
It's burning Mukyang actually is a it puts it in the air.
That's why we're not burning everything.
Yeah. Did you know you can aerosolize Mukyang if you burn it at high enough temperature?
I did. Because Mukyang wants to spread in every way physically possible.
Yeah.
And some that aren't.
Mm-hmm. Anyways, yep. Works for me. You said you had one other thing? Did I know it?
I was going to say, did you know you can paint with it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think all of the first generation's armor is coated with?
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. I just wasn't sure if they painted it on or if it just leaked out.
Nope. Battle damage comes off. Do you know what the best binding paint agent for it is?
What's that?
Lead paint.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That sounds about right.
It's dense enough. Heavy enough.
Toxic enough.
Good enough. Yep, toxic enough, and it's a binding agent. And there's also a story behind lead paint and the past, and there's it's a metaphysical binding agent.
So there's one other thing I wanted
to talk about or wanted
to discuss with you.
Mm.
So, depending on a couple things, one or two things is going to happen. Either A, I'm going to be ending up at the top of the shit show that we call the Enigmatic Empire beside the Thunderhead, or B, I'm going to be fucking off.
Mm.
I already talked to Thunderhead about it.
Okay.
I wanted to know if I do end up fucking off, if you wanted to come with.
Depends on if you can continue to provide me with all of the things that God is worthy of having and should have, like adoration, worship, alcohol, luxury.
I plan to find some unevolved species, uplift them, and make them into my little puppets, more or less.
I'm going to say yes once you have got the good stuff in regularity. Because I drink and smoke like a sailor, so.
I have universal-wide teleportation that can send you anywhere. You're not limited to wherever we end up.
Okay, I mean...
I could do that now, by the way.
I mean, even with my the weight of all my glory.
I moved us here, didn't I?
I was wondering about that. I didn't know if that was a kind of a one and done thing or a two-way trip with a lot of resource behind it. But no, you
Oh
figured out.
no!
Did you?
Oh no! It's because you're light now. For me, anyway.
You're moving us along a different vector calculation. We're not actually the.
Oh no, it's pure Mukiyang. Spectrum Mukiyang. No, it's also based off my own potentiate.
Ah, I see what you did. Yeah. Okay. All right. You went down that path. I didn't trust it.
What, the whole...
I still don't trust it.
I've gotten an up close and personal look with it, and I know what the issue is from my side of things. What my issue with
That
it is.
Shangri-La got to it first, and everyone thinks that's the only way forward.
That's the one. Even she's like, or they're like, no, there's other ways forward. Nobody else has gotten here, so...
No one else thinks that there is another possible way, because...
Well, at this point, I think there's only 3 of us, so it's not like it's a everyone type of thing. It's a everything that's currently here is just Shangri-La's opinion, and her opinion their opinion kind of sucks on this one.
You know what? I've been telling that to everyone for decades. Feels good. Feels good to hear it from somebody fucking else than me. Tell you what.
You know what's absolutely gonna infuriate you? Shangri-La agrees.
No, yeah. You know what? We've actually had this discussion over 30 years ago.
Oh, have you?
Yeah, I went to one of the Ziggurats and was on Enigma, and I was going to be like, you know what? The only way I'm going to get somebody to listen to me is if I tear down what is, so that there is nothing, and everyone can start their own path and go forward, and there will be new cultivation techniques. And they met me outside, and we had a fucking frankly just civil conversation. And by the end of it, I was just like, too tired for violence right now.
Shangri-La talked you down.
Yeah, and there was a lot of alcohol too, which really just...
Oh, yep. No,
really
Shangri-La's a lush. Through and through.
Yeah, no shit. Like, they have their own sake company. They don't sell it. It's only for consumption.
Yeah, I know. I've drunk it.
It's good shit.
They insisted I had to drink it with them. Insisted.
Yeah.
It was a required part of being my teacher.
Yep. Part of the bustling world.
Yep. Which they named Bustling World for their next step of cultivation when it comes to concepts too. They named it the same fucking thing.
That's what I'm saying.
Damn it, Shangri-La.
Yeah, I didn't say they were original.
They don't even say they're original. It pisses me off in some ways.
There's no winning.
There's no winning. And that's the worst part, is they understand that there's no winning against them, and they go, oh, that's fine. You'll get there. Sorry, I haven't had anybody that understands really when I bitch about that with Shangri-La that I could just talk to. Because if I talk to a normal cultivator, they go, oh, you must be honored to have learned from Shangri-La. Do you know how much of it's just cryptic shit?
Yeah.
That means nothing.
They do this all the time, and it's one of the things I like about them. They gaslight everybody.
We brought them into a meeting of all of the most important people of the Empire with express permission to gaslight the shit out of them.
Mm-hmm.
I only did it a couple times, unfortunately. I really wanted them to do it more. Whatever. Atlas Foundation is going to be having a bad time. I think you'd be pleased with that too.
Finally, somebody found a way to use their nutsack as a speed bag?
Working on it. No, they're.
Fuck those guys.
How should I put this? Your least favorite apprentice has decided to hone in on their racket.
Good. Hell, if he needs help, I'll step up. I have a bone to pick with Atlas
Yeah,
for the longest time.
Turns out the director they sent to the big meeting was a racist piece of shit.
No, they did not send Narak.
Yep.
Oh, biggest fumble.
What's even better is I decided to try to use him to lure out his friends. Nobody came to save him.
Well, no, he's not really racist. He's more speciesist. He's xenophobic, not racist.
No,
Racistophobic.
he was pretty against me.
You're a different species.
Debatable. Very
You're
debatable.
a robot.
What is he being enigmatic? Oh no, wait, I'm going to stop right now. I already sound like Shangri-La.
Yep. All right. Last thing to talk about, because
Oh, the last thing I want to talk about. Yes. She's got to lean forward slightly. I know you want strong women to step on you.
that's it. That's what you went with.
Yes, because I know it bothers you a little bit on the inside, much as your arrogance will not let you admit it. To at least outside of privacy,
Because it's
because
kind of hot, but
Yeah.
I mean, at least wipe their feet first. A god's
No.
back must be pristine.
No, that's not how that works. It's not even a little bit how it works. See, thing is, I've been experiencing new things in life recently. Many new things. Met a hooker. She was great.
Which one?
I don't remember her name, Matt. I tried to. You told
Mhm.
me it. I tried to talk to her more, and then we never got around to actually having a conversation with her.
Yeah, because there's not a lot of hookers on
She'll
Enigma.
name it out. She just names it out.
Huh. I think I know her mother.
Turns out she's a fantastic woman. Just mwah. You made an offer once.
Which one?
Well, something know how to vibrate my frame something. I'm propositioning you.
As in, like, between us or between the hooker?
She clearly thinks about that for a second. Between us, I want to see how you do first.
We'll have to set up a time and date for that one.
I was thinking now, after we achieve some violence on police.
Let's see your kill count first, because that's one of my first requirements.
Also, wasn't asking so much as telling.
Kill count first. If you can't beat my kill count.
No, I don't think you understand. As the prime one's going to step out of a portal and swap and tower over him a bit.
What? Oh.
I said I wasn't asking.
Well.
You're going to be a good boy, aren't you?
No, I am not.
Well, bad boys got to get punished.
Promise?
Yeah,
that's very clearly a promise, yes.
Okay.
She's been thinking about that for quite a bit of time. And now she has a body big enough to actually step on him. So.
Success?
Yeah.
So.
Well, that even threw me as the GM for a loop. Okay.
You're welcome.
You're going to get...
You're all welcome. Enjoy that mental imagery. Or don't. I don't care.
Oh, boy. All right. Who's next? The big one comes out.
The big one comes out, looks up. Well,
You look
shit.
like a good footrest.
Yes, ma'am. I do, ma'am. Yes.
I am a good footrest.
Children, behave.
No.
How quickly he folded in his opinion from let's see your kill count to
Whoa.
especially since that one did come out with the full potential weight that she actually last left on, the several million.
Oh boy.
Yeah, he gets to have fun with all of that.
Well, right. Let's see.
Literally anybody else can step in at any moment.
Yep. I think Ed's just doing research right now, checking emails, doing work, getting ready for
Your
the
wife is
wedding.
sending you all sorts of bills.
Yep.
We're
Yeah.
preparing for the wedding. The
I don't know.
alcohol bill comes in. Ugh.
You know what? I might have to take a loan out for this.
Well, as you look at it, it's kind of interesting because that's more booze than any biological non-potentia frame should be able to handle.
Right. Counterpoint.
Way
We got a
more.
lot of potentia people here as well.
Oh yeah, you have a lot of potentia people who are just. You're maybe in the right ballpark.
I know, and I'm still, I'm like, yeah, like all this non-potentia. I'm like, there's not that many non-potentia people that are probably gonna be there.
You pretty much
Um,
know only Potentia users.
I mean, if you need some proper get Potentia users fucked up booze, you can always let me know, and I'll get you a supply of the fucking
You don't.
Chemtech equivalent Everclear.
He's the
Well,
champ for this.
if you have a bunch of potentia users that actually get drunk and belligerent at the wedding,
we're gonna have a fight at the wedding.
you're gonna have a fight at the wedding.
Yeah, it's supposed to be enough to get them buzzed, but not enough to get them belligerent.
So
Fair.
you're going to be a killjoy.
Well,
So
here's the thing.
what you need is dart turrets loaded with cultivator grade detox. So if they start getting belligerent,
Was
they
that in
get
the
their
fridge
drunk
for
denied.
who knows how long?
Or we could just unleash the subjects
let's
with
see.
billy clubs on them.
Again, I'm not gonna do that to the base, because then I have to deal with the base commander yelling at me because I destroyed her base by letting people drink too much.
That's a separate issue.
Exactly, we're avoiding that issue.
I feel like it's not that important.
I think it's just important enough.
I mean, all you'd have to do is pay for the damages.
Yeah, I'm not paying for the damages. I'm already paying for the wedding.
You're already paying for cultivators to get fucking hammered. You know, I'm gonna point this out just for partially your own sake and partially for the pointing it out reasons. You know, it's technically the bride's family that pays for this type of shit.
I mean, true, but I ain't dealing with that yet.
There's 3 of them. They can definitely, split it up.
They can. But if I pay for it all, then I can rub it in their faces.
Mm. That's your business. I was just saying.
I know. And then we're gonna have to make sure there's teleportation set up. We're gonna have the cultivators and the non-cultivators.
It might be best actually to keep them separated for the drinking purposes.
Yeah, that's also why. There's gonna be cultivators, non-cultivators.
Gotta keep them separated.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, that sends the wrong message in many ways too.
It does. We're gonna have the groom's family, the bride's family, groom, Ashley, Sadako, and name just escaped me. Oh, that's not. Mia. Names. So they're gonna be there. We're gonna make sure Kent's there. Um, Next is gonna be there, obviously. Luke.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, that's what we're gonna be doing. Just kind of like setting all that up, getting the wedding planning ready. Is there a problem with anything going on with the wedding that I need to take care of?
Not at the moment. There's been some individuals who've personally gotten involved to prevent issues,
Fair.
mostly, and for to prevent damage, because there's a lot of individuals who view a huge wedding like this as a financial and economical opportunity,
Yeah.
because it's going to be at minimum a 7-figure bill on this wedding.
Yep.
And there's a lot of people who are like, well, some of the goods that you're going to want for the wedding, like alcohol and smokes and flowers, especially being imported to Aries base. Oh, certain fabrics that you're just not going to find on Aries. Like all these things, there's a lot of individuals who would like to charge extra, even after the extra fee. And some individuals are like, well, you can charge that much, but the bride and the groom's family, or the hell, the groom himself might show up and show you his displeasure. So there's a lot of people who are getting involved specifically to prevent aftermath or problems, or individuals coming in to go, well, you're going to need my services, or the location you want is only available if you do this. It's kind of like, yeah, security services are getting involved to make sure this doesn't become a problem.
Fair. And then, okay, so we have that settled out. After that, yeah, no, he's just researching the stuff he needs to for the Atlas with the help of name. I wanted to say
We're just struggling with names tonight, aren't we?
I really am, dude. It's summer vacation. Last final was yesterday. Brain turned off on names.
Understandable.
Yep. Nope. If summer vacation hits, fuck knowledge. I don't need to know shit anymore.
Fuck thinking.
We're lucky you're sober.
The Titan, mech lady. Britannia. Yes, thank you. Yeah, we're gonna just help research with Britannia for the Atlas, so we can get that all settled up, printed off, assembled, and put back together. We're also going to be working on an anti-psionic system.
Seems pretty good.
Yep. We're gonna try to use Holyverse for it. Not Holyverse. Holy Geometrics.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I remind you that I had figured out a wrap for a cockpit that can. It's a mesh tech wrap that shields from external psionics.
Oh yeah, no. What I'm doing is I'm replacing the Atlas's
Thunderdome module.
Thunderdome module with an anti-psionic module. So things within its radius can't activate psionics.
Besides, more powerful psionics don't actually go after the pilot; they go after the mech parts.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because they know the pilot's going to be protected, and well, the other parts usually aren't. But it requires a much higher form of psionics to actually go after the parts. So, which they're going to have.
Most I could supply you with to help is a psionic organ, because I've been growing them.
Active defense is the only real way to handle the going after parts thing, unfortunately. Like, when I say active defense, I mean like having another psionic able to throw hands to them. What you could do as a suggestion, if you would like one, you could get an ECM module linked up and then get like a...
Try and develop your own version of psionic ECM module.
cute.
Well, there's already
so
psionic
Very
organ links that can attach to ECM modules for doing defense shit. But you could get
I know they have soups and show
like program, like we could program you like an AI or something to do the psionic warfare through an ECM module for you. It won't be great, but it'll at least be able to block things wholesale. It wouldn't be able to do more creative shit.
I mean, I already have.
Oh yeah, you can do AI.
Yeah, I have an AI that already does psionics. This is for the Atlas, which doesn't have an AI in it.
Well, no. At that point, you just get a ECM unit. You get the link from the ECM to a psionic organ, and then you can just use that as active defense with your AI running it.
Yeah, again, for the Atlas, this is just for the Atlas, by the way. I'm just going to be replacing that part with a crystalline structure, so I can use holy geometrics in it. And its whole point is just for psionics.
So you want to use holy geometrics as a counter to psionics? Huh.
Yeah, that's just gonna be the whole thing.
I don't think we know enough holy geometrics for that yet. I mean, if you want, we can try making something. I can throw some psionic assaults at you and let you figure shit out.
I mean, we have enough data on psionics. That's why I was just gonna,
We don't have enough data on the holy geometrics, though.
Yeah. But psionics is just the same form of energy.
Well, what I'm saying is, because of holy geometrics being a new thing for us, yeah, we have enough data on psionics for the psionic side of the testing, but we don't have enough information on the holyverse side.
On the holy geometric side?
The holy geometric side.
That's why Aether is doing it that way.
What I'm saying is I can throw some psionic stuff at you that's harmless, and we do the testing that way instead of relying on simulations for it.
Yeah, you can also do that.
And I'm only saying that because holy geometrics are so new, we don't have any info to run simulations on that half of it.
Oh yeah, no. But I still have to develop it first. And see where flaws are afterwards, and then come up with solutions.
Yeah.
But
I'm not sure what our disconnect is right now, then.
Neither do I.
Are you down for me throwing some psionics at you so you can make your holyverse, your holy geometrics formula then?
Yeah.
Alright, because I just don't think we can simulate the holy geometric side of it yet. We need a lot more info first.
But this is also part of it.
I'll assign a body. I've got extra. And I'll hang out with you. Do what you need on that. I can help you do the holy geometrics mathematics too, if you like, though I'm sure you want to do that mostly yourself at the start of this.
Especially not to tax your already cumbersome load.
No, I'm good. Don't you worry about that. I've got server units now. We're fine.
Fair enough.
I'm already having to invent new things to research.
I feel you. But yeah, so GM, is there anything you want me to roll for those things that I said I'm doing?
You go ahead and roll for Holy Geometrics.
Okay. We're gonna use our complex. Oh, Blat!
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
I got a 1.
Okay. Go.
I am copying that one.
What you'll find is Holy Geometrics does not work like other mathematical systems.
Mhm.
In fact, it's not attached to math at some point.
Mhm.
It is a system that runs around core principle words, also known as power words.
Mhm.
To gain further understanding on how to advance your understanding of this particular system, you have been given the templates up to, I think, 10 out of 24.
Mhm.
They get considerably more complex as you go on. And the crystalline variant doubles, if not factorials, the complexity. But that also gives you full creative freedom on how to apply it.
Mhm.
It does not give you another check mark. This
That's
is
fair.
one of those ones that you can roll as many ones as you want. I'm just going to give you more info on how to proceed, but there's not really progression. But you can get a D4 in your intelligence.
Okay.
Nicely done.
Yep.
All right. To proceed, you will need to build power words, then experience them in their fullest. Then you have access to that power word. How to apply it? The safest way is in a formulaic application or algorithm via the templates. The templates are a 2D application.
Mhm.
Pretty safe. The crystals are the 3D application.
Mhm.
So the best way to approach going forward is actually stay away from the crystals. Those will overcomplicate and drive you crazy because they are extremely hard to pick up. That's like learning to teleport before you even learn the concept of walking.
All right. Fair.
The first 4 cores you're going to want to do are the 4 elements: earth, wind, fire, water. But you're going to need to learn the power words of them and those variants in every facet. You can use your mathematical knowledge and mathematical might up until the point of the actual keywords themselves, the power words. You can do that for the formulae, and you can also do it for crystal development.
Mhm.
But that's why it's so damn difficult to pick up.
Mhm.
So if you can mathematically simulate the power words, you might be able to develop them, but there's a mystical essence that has nothing to do with the sciences or the math or the laws of reality and physics.
Mhm.
It's kind of the way Potentia works. It's not mathematical. It's spiritual. And there is a spiritualistic element to these power words. So to design and build them, you got to build up your Rolodex first.
Mhm.
And for some, that could take a significant amount of time, but with the resources you have and the means you have, along with everyone else who was willing to participate, you can get that down to a really short period of time. It's the danger aspect.
Yeah.
So, you can get really hurt doing this or very dead doing this. So, the Alabaster Order most likely would have some sort of methodology to increase your odds of survival and reduce the odds of permanent damage to self when discovering these words. You're just not sure what it is.
Sounds like wussy talk to me.
Right.
We're enigmatic, fucker.
All right, so I have two ideas here. Talk to Mia. She's always been the spiritualist one out of the group.
Mhm.
Technically talk to the girls and see what they think about this.
What are we trying to exactly figure out here? Because my specialty is in esoteric shit.
So essentially, if they can think of a safe way of doing it as well, because we're kind
a
of
large
spreading out.
amount of this sounds like we're just getting down basic forms and figuring
Yeah.
out. It's not mathematics, but it is a formula. So
Yeah. But it's also the understanding of that formula, right?
In a way, yeah.
You have to be able to see it, understand it, live it, and breathe it. And that's what my character is trying to figure out how to do.
Well, you also have the problem of how do you construct an anti-psionic organ or whatever you're trying to build with it in the short amount of time you have before the fight.
Yeah.
You're trying to reinvent like the wheel itself at this point.
Yeah.
In a very short amount of time, when a solitaire system combined with a psionic engine would do just fine.
Yeah.
you guys hear me?
You can now, yeah.
My internet just went out.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm about to go check on the router. So I just went out mid-sentence.
Hey, you did it again.
I gotta go mess with my router. No, I muted myself so you didn't hear me yelling at my roommate to see if his internet was out too. Okay, so I was asking, like, this is basically once we figure out the formula, even though it's not mathematics, it is a formula, right?
Mm-hmm.
Part of it is,
and yeah, but part of it's also spiritual.
So it is equally spiritual as it is formulaic.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, yeah. But sorry, losing the internet made me lose my train of thought.
Yeah.
Because that is, like, legitimately my specialty over a lot of things. I put so much shit into esoterics.
Yeah.
So much.
Essentially, it's trying to figure out how to do it.
Like, so what so we have, like, the basic form down. Really, it's the spiritual side that you need the connection on, right?
Yeah, the experiencing it.
Now, when we say that, are we talking, like... Are you trying to say we need to experience being cut off from, like, a psionic field for an anti-psionic thing? Or is it more we're trying to delve into this mystical energy ourselves.
If you're gonna experience the true word for fire, you need to experience every aspect about fire, both good, the bad, the ugly, the great. Like, it's not something you can just rush into success.
Yeah, you need like an immunity to fire, unless you want to burn to death.
Or gain
Char,
the mastery over that fire in the middle of being burned to death.
Char, I feel like it's just the same. This is just the cultivation all over again, Char.
Hey, that could be a concept cultivation technique.
Yeah. Oh, there's also an idea. Okay. So, what if we use the mirror dimension to help us as well?
What, like do shit
help
get
contain
popped
it.
in there?
What was that, Blatt?
It may help contain it, but you still have to manifest it, and you have to survive it.
Yeah. Matches it, survive it. How would we do that?
Well, there's always just, I mean, doing it directly, doing it the hard way. Yeah, I know it's the most dumbass way of going about it, but
Trial by fire.
Trial by fire. Well, so
Yeah.
essentially, the best way to start is with you have to learn the core 4 elements, right?
Yeah, I mean that's probably the best way to start it.
And also work your way up. Like, every aspect about fire. You don't have to hit it all at once. You can master it piece by piece. And then get eventually to fire. But you're also an energy being, and fire's energy, so I don't know.
Fire, I think, would... Okay, actually, fire and wind would also be the easiest ones to understand and control, in my opinion. Because they're all just... Well, I mean, everything's just a state of energy. And it's the understanding of that.
Let's just listen to a shit ton of Earth, Wind, and Fire. That'll help.
Right?
Who knows? It might.
You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna be dumb. We are going to find a brazier or something that can hold a fire. Create said fire. Meditate near it and see if we can listen into it, not only just spiritually but also mathematically and anatomically. We know what's going on within it.
My internet's back.
The part of it, yeah. You have a much closer understanding of fire.
Mm-hmm. Here's another question. What do my girls think? Because I did go try and ask them that.
Why are you bothering with this? You're going to be completely absorbed in this, and you're going to be unable to implement it in the time in the time frame you have, and in the way you would want it to be implemented. You also have a wedding. Finish your mech, get out of it, join us in the planning, and then kick alien ass. Do this after the honeymoon.
Fair. You know how I get when I find something. Alright, fine. We're gonna go the easy route of designing the Atlas then.
And Mia's also gives you one piece of advice. Sometimes the simplest answer and simplest solution is the right one.
True.
Sounds like she's supporting setting yourself on fire for science.
They all support you lighting yourself on fire for science. Timing.
I'm like, yeah, but I've done more strenuous work in under less time.
Also, this is not what Mia was meaning. Lighting yourself on fire for science is not the it's not the simple solution. That's the complicated solution.
No, I understood that.
I mean, given his own nature, is it?
Yes. Because he could be done finishing the Atlas in an afternoon, or he could be cutting into the wedding itself trying to put the mech together.
That's fair. Okay, fine. We'll do it the easy way. We'll make it.
And that's with working around the clock.
Exactly. We'll make it a simple way. Get rid of the crystal idea. We'll just put an anti-psionic warfare sweep in there. And give it some extra juice, so that's why if they try to start attacking the organs, or they try to start attacking the mech directly, it will be able to fend it off, and we're gonna have the Atlas Spirit be able to run that instead of an outside AI. And we're going to be augmenting the Thunderdome to match psionic frequencies instead of Leah frequencies.
Takes a little bit of replacing some electronics and replacing them with some mesh tech and some counter psionic organs.
Yep.
And now you have a new Thunderdome module that you can sell online.
And I'm sitting there, I'm like, all right, fine, ladies. Did it in the afternoon and did it the easy way. I guess we'll just focus on the wedding from here on.
Now they're not worried as much because they were worried if you got wrapped up into a huge research project, you would be late to your own wedding.
I would be late to my own wedding. I am not gonna lie. Ader's fully aware.
Jackie would allow you to, though. Jackie would just pull you out.
That's fair.
I'm gonna grapple Aether out of his lab at a distance. Just get here and say I do.
Say I do. Go on the fucking honeymoon. Deal with the rest later.
Yeah, they're like, no, that's fair. I do get wrapped into my research. I can't blame you. I'm aware of my flaws.
Yeah, and Mia's also gonna go, well, your friends also are going to want some of your help with some other projects that are also shorter term, but could be made much shorter term with your help. So if you get wrapped up in your project, you'll pull them in, and then they're going to be late to our wedding and probably not finish what they're wanting to finish. With the exception of maybe Miss Mina, because she has multiple bodies.
Yes, Mina will never be late because of the multiple bodies.
Precisely.
Also, speaking of which, I have to speak to Mina to make sure we have enough gates for all the wedding guests that Ashley is bringing in.
Ashley pokes her head out. Yeah, I have a lot of people coming. My whole family is coming. And my extended family are coming.
And all
it's
your
over
enemies.
200 people.
Yes, your family, your extended family, all the enemies you made from here to then.
Yeah, because they're going to woe the day they didn't marry this.
Mm-hmm. Just kind of looking through this. Like, yeah. And then it's also getting.
You're also going to have to fight them all. I've arranged that for the day before the wedding.
Right. I also fight Sadako's exes, or would-be suitors, the day before the wedding.
No, they're all taking a dirt nap. I can't let them ruin my day.
I'll look at Sadako for a moment, like, oh, I guess
dirt
that's
nap
a thing.
Like R.I.P. Is that what that means?
No. I killed them all.
That's what IRP means.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Yep, give Sadako a kiss on the forehead.
Yeah, I was thinking about having them do it too, but then it was unoriginal. and I didn't like them. So I showed up through the TV and I strangled them to death.
You got the message. um, uh,
And then I
Mina, I'm
realized I
like,
gotta cover my own tracks, so I had to hide the body.
yeah, I'm gonna Mina make sure to go over Sadako's tracks because I
Sadako was
had
pretty
the
thorough.
list. I know, but this is where Aether's like paranoia comes in. Like, I need you to cover some tracks for me.
Oh, we should probably intercept the invitations to challenge then, because that might be
That might be a thing.
that might be like
Not
telling.
I'm not
Or
covering
they
up your
could
wife's
just disappear
murders.
because they were afraid.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Actually, like, well,
Were they?
I would, but I really just want to see my husband to be like completely demasculate every single one of these people. It's just, I'm really looking forward to it.
I know you are.
Mia's just like, I have support and congratulations from my one ex.
Mhm.
We left on great terms. We're still friends. We write to each other sometimes.
I mean, he didn't try and kill you, so that's one good thing.
No, he's having a great time. He has a family of his own, and he's working for tenure at one of the colleges on Enigma.
Oh, nice. I remember college like it was like 4 months ago.
Well, he actually is at one of the few non-Thunderhead colleges where the actual education is run by people.
Oh, fair.
Because the Thunderhead wants to support the teaching profession. And so the only way to do so is to relinquish that part of the educational program to the individuals who want to teach.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's all volunteer. Some people don't like it. You know, their lesson plan being through the Thunderhead. So this was kind of a win-win. I'm very proud of him, but any romantic feeling I have for him has long since passed.
Mm-hmm. Well, have you guys picked out the cake yet?
They're like, mm-hmm.
Oh, good.
They all it's a 3-layer cake, and each one of them has designed their own layer.
Good. I'm gonna need to figure out which layer is everyone so I can smash their head into it appropriately.
Nope.
As it was just making a to-do list.
Their makeup and their hair will be done flawlessly, and that happens. You will be sleeping outside during the honeymoon.
I mean, I might be sleeping outside during the honeymoon. It is a tradition, though.
Ashley may actually not forgive you on that one.
And just a little poop on the nose. Anyways. So yeah. Anyways, but again, yeah, it messaged me and I'm like, I need you to look into covering some tracks for me.
Why?
Because I don't ask you to do much.
There's a sentence. Look, I don't ask you to do much, but I'm expected to do shit?
As squad mates, I don't ask you for much.
What did you want us to do?
No, he's asking me to cover up murders, but he's not giving me any info yet.
There is letters being sent out to certain people. I just need those letters not to get there.
Why?
I heard they fled the enigmatic government.
Then I guess they're not going to get it, are they?
Yeah, I just don't want them arriving there.
What crime are you having me cover up?
Sadako scared off exes.
scared off.
Yes.
Will I find bodies if I go poke at them?
No.
Is it because you've already hidden them?
No.
Is it because there's no bodies?
Probably.
Then why are you even asking? Just let it go to the dead account. Nobody's going to look into it. In fact, it'll be more suspicious if there was a whole thing about you, like, sending out the challenges and then they magically don't even appear. That's more suspicious.
Fair enough. I'm just paranoid.
Just get better at crime.
I'm not one to get good at crime. I was never taught how to be good at crime.
Step 1, don't move the body.
Mm-hmm. What's any more steps I need to know about?
I'm debating whether or not I want to tell you how to escape the police right now, actually.
Oh, no, I got really good at that one. I did it once. I tripped them and then I tased them and then they became part of the army.
I can't fault you for this list of active actions taken to avoid the police. I can't.
Oh, man! Oh man! I'm getting shot at! Oh crap!
This sounds incredibly accurate. How to avoid the police. I don't know if I should tell you how to hide from the investigative bureau.
Well, what you can do is head it off. You go to the investigator general and goes. So
okay, look,
thing happened.
Look. Were any of them important?
I'm gonna pull up the list. How many of these were important?
One guy is important. The other two are on Enigma.
Important in what way?
This is gonna be a headache for you. I'm sorry.
What? Who was it? Answer the damn question.
So, in the Obelisk Foundation, there is a series of individuals who are planetary assessors. One of their sons, who was being in the middle of groomed to be a full-fledged assessor, they are valedictorian of their class, ended up not waking up in the morning for class with a completely crushed not only windpipe but neck. It looked somebody like used a vice grip.
There's already an investigator on this, isn't there?
Yes, there is. Absolutely, there is.
The
newest investigator. 118.
What's the info currently filed?
This one hasn't filed it yet. They just arrived on site. Mysterious death by esoteric means.
Okay.
He does have that traditional cliche. I was born into power and privilege, and I'm the best at everything I do. Everyone should bow down to me. I'm amazing. I can do no wrong, even if I do wrong onto others.
Okay. First, Aether,
Mm-hmm.
You are not allowed to kill the investigator on the case. I want to make that very clear that I will personally be upset with you.
Mm-hmm.
And will personally arrest your girl for it.
Mm-hmm.
So don't.
All right.
Second, don't do anything yet. Because if we just go in there blind and go, "Oh, we have to cover up this crime right now." Blah, blah, blah. For all we know, he can't even track it to her.
And that's fair.
If he starts getting close, I know him. I'll have a chat with him. We'll find a patsy. It will be fine. Until then, don't do anything.
Okay. How are you doing, Mina?
I'm currently being asked to cover up a crime. How do you think I'm doing? I'd be fine
Pretty
if
well.
it was my, if it was my own crime, I'd be covering it up, no problem. But no, we both know I'm being outraged just because it's fucking funny.
Yes, I know.
No, I'm fine. You don't want to know what I'm up to
No, that's fair.
because it'll be gross as far as you're concerned.
Are you having sex again?
Yes,
No, I have sex all the time.
it's the Who.
Are you having sex with
I'm
Jackie?
hanging up now. I'm hanging up now. Goodbye.
You didn't
That'll
say
bug your whole fucking day.
You didn't say no to Jackie.
I'm gonna let Jackie answer that question if she wants to answer that question.
All right, I'm gonna message Jackie.
Jackie,
already
your
hung up.
phone starts to ring. Hold on, I got the
Bring,
because it
bring,
amuses me,
bring.
obviously.
Hello.
Jackie,
Damn,
are you having
damn,
sex
damn.
with Mina?
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
Jackie's just going to click the phone.
Just hangs up immediately, no hesitation.
Must be a wrong number.
No, that was Jackie's number. All right. I'm gonna message Nix and be like, Nix, I think Jackie and Mina are dating now. End.
This just doesn't answer. Silence. Nothing.
I'll also send this to Shangri-La for the juicy gossip.
I'm going to send a message to Jackie that just says, "So we gotta gaslight him?" I feel like we should gaslight him.
I don't think we're using gaslight in the proper term here. I feel
So
like
you're gonna get a response from Shangri-La.
I mean, convincing somebody that something's going on when it's not going on feels exactly like gaslighting.
I get a message from Shangri-La?
Yeah, well, Shangri-La sends a response back to your reply. It's just, no apprentice of mine is allowed not to get some action.
I know. I thought you would enjoy the juicy gossip, though. I'm also going to send this to Ezekiel because, apprentice and master relations things.
I think Ezekiel's outside of call range currently.
He'll
Yeah, if
get
you use
it
normal
when.
call, yeah, he is well out of call range. You get a.
Oh no, I'm not
you
calling.
use
I'm
the
sending
voicemail.
text.
Yeah, no, yeah, you send him a text.
Yeah, it'll reach him when he comes back in.
Mhm.
And it's like, doop. There we go.
In fact, Shangri-La's like, well, if they're doing the sex, I hope they're drinking and driving too.
You're such a bad influence.
It's the only way to live.
Speaking of which, I also need to tell their other master, and then I'm going to text the base commander.
But it's like, why the fuck would I care?
Juicy gossip.
I mean, I guess.
It's water cooler stuff,
We don't have a water cooler. We have a water purifier dispensary.
It's water cooler talk.
Okay. I'm gonna go back to work now.
All right. It's like, wow, no one here enjoys a good gossip.
The person you normally gossip with is not answering right now because you're trying to gossip about her.
I know, right? But yeah, that's gonna be the gossip of the town for a bit.
Sounds it.
Okay. Before we hop on over to the covering up a murder, let's see what Mr. Nix is up to.
I mean, Nix is just prepping for the wedding and doing research. He's making some ludicrously fancy Chemtech pearl jewelry.
Mm. Cool.
Because it's beautiful, it's ever changing, and it's a weird research experiment.
Okay.
So it should fit to all of the girls' fancies. And as for our friendly, crazy, semi-organic, energy-based Aether, he's getting a fancily customized bolt-action long tom. But Nyx is just doing preps for the wedding, supplying a ludicrous amount of tobacco, booze, and preparing gifts, because what else is he going to do?
I don't know what else he's gonna do.
That's the thing. He doesn't have much else to do right now, so that's what he's doing.
There has been a withdrawal of specific cybersecurity services. You will need to have those covered.
Didn't we work that out already?
Did we?
Yeah, we went and got Spider.
Oh yeah. Okay.
And worked it all out with him and supplying him a team to get me everything handled that way.
Cool. Mm-hmm.
You're gonna get a message from Jackie.
What's up?
Jackie's gonna say, "You should focus on the base since you're the ace on base. I hear Lilith's taking over all your responsibilities right now."
That shouldn't be the case since I have 4 hours set aside for office duties.
It's like the new alien competition we're having here soon.
I'll check into that, see what's going on, if there's any
Sure.
problems and everything. So, yeah, I'll check into that, see what issues are going on with the base, what preparations are needed for this upcoming arena battle, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, do I need to get arenas built or anything like that? I'll check with the
No, just a specific parameter. It's not like it's going to be individuals that are small. It's going to be a test of skill and capability.
Yeah,
in a specific zone, a sector.
But the big thing I wanted to do was get in touch with the couple of ambassadors that I've spoken with to see if there's any traditions amongst the breakers or anything that may need to be dealt with or handled in specific ways or anything like that, because it's a caste-based society, so there's going to be various traditions and shit.
So,
and we're going to need to find
Ogre,
equally fancy ones.
This is gonna be a little awkward, Ogre, but we're out of ambassadors.
Why?
After they completely cut off the ambassador for the whatchamacallit from the lab, because we killed we only had two. We killed one of them because we didn't need to, and we killed the one that was more clever of the two, so we could, didn't have a problem. And the second one, after he got rejected by the Hive and all that, I sent him to the chop shop to be taken apart. That was before the meeting even ended, because his uses ended with that. We already had all of his info and everything. But there is files for what he did tell us and what we do know you can access. We just can't ask the ambassador anymore because he was vivisected.
So, as far as I know, there were close to a dozen different ambassadors, because there was a ambassador class Xeno sent to every major station.
As far as I'm aware, there was only two left because all the others were dead.
A lot of the stations didn't like having the Xenos around, and they didn't need them. But yes, they were sent to all those places. They just either went into hiding or they're just dead.
So then I will check through the files, and if necessary, I know where there's a Xenos fleet that I can speak with about it, because this is a formal thing going on.
There's only two things you will need to watch out for tradition or whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
At least in regards to duels. It is to the death. No begging for mercy. No outside help. None of that crap.
Mm-hmm.
Once challenged, it's challenged. Now, there is an oddity among the tradition, which may be in your collective favor if your machine that you pilot is destroyed, and you are detritus of the destruction, and the enemy doesn't claim the detritus, you could be reclaimed to survive it because you are part of the wreckage.
But the victor of the duel may claim the wreckage as basically trophy salvage.
They can. In a duel like this, most likely there will be a trophy, but it may not be the whole mech because you're not sure what the Xenos will do.
Okay.
But the damage will be very complete. The Xenos like to make sure what they kill is dead.
Mm-hmm.
So they're very thorough. Pilot usually won't survive, but in the off chance, there's that.
Okay.
The second, it's a bit more nuanced. It's about the approach before the fight itself. They usually, depending on what you agree between the species, if it's a major duel like this, you don't parade around the individuals who are going to fight.
Because
only when it is time to start do the individuals come out and reveal themselves.
Okay.
So usually it's considered disrespectful or bad sportsmanship to just parade around your fighter going, it doesn't matter what you do. It's also bad tactics because if you do that, the fight hasn't started yet. You can make modifications before going in. So if you're still in the fighter wing, doing your last minute prep, you can swap out parts up until the last moment. So if you want to parade around your dude, feel free. It's highly disrespectful and it's most likely going to get you killed.
Yeah. But with a duel like this, I'm thinking what I'm going to set up is a region. I will pick an empty region, set it into halves, because it's still a fancy dual thing and it's still opposing forces. So, as a way of maintaining neutrality, it's going you guys on this side, us on this side. This is the predetermined area of combat where it'll be taking place, and start prepping that as the fleet knows that this is happening. I'll work it out to where because we know where the fleet is going to be jumping out coming from. So set up I believe we've got a way to where I can send notice to them of where basically their waiting area.
Mhm.
And make sure that there's not going to be any problems from idiot hotshots on our side trying to do something stupid.
Might be a few of those.
I'll message Lilith, see if she's got any opinions or problems with this.
Question.
hmm
What are you doing for psionic defenses right now?
Is a base of hull or
The base as a whole and us personally. Like,
they have a anti-psionic organ meant for a large ship.
And remember, I got the anti-psionic organ, the ludicrous sized one for the planet itself as well.
Both me and Ogre are psionically trained for defense, and we do have a psionics department on space.
yeah, no, it was just that idea of like, are we taking steps to make sure they're not spying on us?
Yes, we basically got a 3-layer psionic shield bubble around our forces.
Okay. Second thing, are we spying on them?
I will be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom. Sorry.
Only passively currently. We haven't set anything active up for it. We've got a dimension mapper pointed at them to keep track of a lot of their shit, but that doesn't account for anything the dimension tracker can't pick up. So
Just wanted to make sure.
no, it's a good question. We should set up better surveillance on them. Because right now, we don't really have anything active. It's just kind of, doing its thing. Like we're
Yeah. Essentially, I want to make sure they weren't spying on us on every given moment without, a defense there or repercussions.
I mean, I started doing more active monitoring and defense after, the incidents in the fucking thing in the what's it called? In the meeting there.
Fair?
And they haven't pushed it yet, so that's not accounting for if they do later, but currently they're not pushing it. Unless Matt's going to say otherwise.
Well, with the collective effort, you guys have kept up most information from the inside the base, but anything done outside the base is open to direct observation through non-psionic means.
Yeah.
Return fire, kind of the same thing. You guys are mostly putting up as much smokescreen and interference as possible, but anything done outside the bases at this point, that's free game. Like, there's not really much you can do. So, cut line of sight, turtle up, hide what you got. Infiltration, on the other hand, is a different beast, and that Ares base has been compromised since the first assault.
We keep them out of our most important sectors. That's pretty much what we can guarantee.
Yep.
You know what we need?
Mhm.
A worm hunt.
What, for like the assassin
No.
worms?
Yeah.
I mean, I set up a passive thing for that after the first incident. Passive in the we have constant patrols sense, not in the actual passive sense. Like we have regular worm patrols, is what I'm saying.
Okay, good.
We did that after if I remember correctly, I found some in Sector 12? Like when we first started exploring it. So
yeah, you guys really went all out to get that all handled.
So there's no worms. I'm actively monitoring for their software, their virus that blinds our cameras, because they had that, and I took a copy of that. And if they use any similar codes, there's a good chance of me picking it up. Not a guarantee, but a good chance. And that's all we can really do on that front.
Fair enough.
As for things like just, I don't know, sympathizers, actual agents inside.
Okay. That is the lineup sent from the Xenos. That is who they're sending. They would like your lineup. Since you are the challenge, they will send theirs first, and then you may pick your dudes and assign who's fighting what. Yes, you may pick fucking cryptic ass names, but they have to have a kernel of truth and a kind of an encoded set of what they can, what this fighter's about. What's their theme?
I have every intention of throwing hands with that Guardian.
Can you take that and put it in Discord?
Ambulatory devastation.
Herald of Degradation.
Degeneration.
Or Degeneration. An observation of perception. What the fuck is that name? That sounds like a hyper nerd. Circulation of yellow.
Gregarious consultation.
Alright, so we need one where it's just bang, pow, and boom.
I mean, that's so very accurate for all of us.
No, one is going to be bang, one's going to be pow, one's going to be boom. And then it's going to end with and we're gonna put, and then one of those will be by ICP.
One of them needs to be Harambe. They'll never get the reference.
But we will.
Our characters probably won't get the reference. But we as players will.
You know what we should name ourselves? Because we still haven't named our squad, right?
We're not really a squad anymore.
Yes, you are. Go fuck yourself.
Jackie's like, no, I'm not letting the gang break up. Fuck you. I'll drag you in if I have to.
I mean, I'm not arguing.
I mean, how can you?
I'm just saying we're not really just a squad anymore.
We have responsibilities, yes.
We're a force of nature, really.
And in all technicality, as far as I know it, we're still PFCs in the military.
Nope. You guys aren't. But no.
I'm about to say, I'm pretty sure we got promoted by default at some point.
We
I
just
think
never received notice of it, I'm guessing.
I don't think they cared to.
Well,
Jackie is a vice base commander.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's it. That they're not a PFC. What do you call that? Aether, you are a military research director. You have been moved departments, so you're not as part of the main military, but you're still part of the military
apparatus.
Industrial complex. Thank you.
Yes. You are currently acting base commander of Ares, or
Even
Ace
though
on
I'm
base.
in charge of this fucking solar system.
Yeah, so you are not a PFC. And Mina, you're not part of the military apparatus at all. You are part of the investigation bureau, which it does its own thing.
I guarantee you one of the bodies is still a private first class.
No?
It makes a solid cover.
No? You see? Okay, no, you don't understand. I do have a body still with a normal military rank out there. It's not private first class. It's a technical officer for working on, like, bridge equipment and shit, so I can spy on the Navy. I don't know what else to tell you. Even my military cover one is not a private anymore, just because they're too low rank to get where I need to go.
Fair. Anyways, what I think we should name our squad, because I don't think we ever had a name for our squad.
No, we didn't.
It was shelved because no one wanted to go with Aether's idea or Cody's idea.
How about we just call ourselves a force of nature?
I was thinking calling ourselves Warbringers.
Power Rangers.
Supreme fuck up.
I mean, at this point, we could call ourselves the Four Horsemen, and it couldn't really be argued.
I think I do like the idea of us being called like the Sentai Rangers or whatever for Jackie's idea there. That's actually not like they'll never get the joke. The aliens will never ever get the joke.
And I mean, with our characters' fondness for old school cartoons and bad films.
Yeah.
I am entirely down with us being the fucking Power Rangers or something.
I'm cool with Power Rangers.
Yep.
Let's just go with Power Rangers. We're now the Power Rangers. Who's going to disagree with our squad name? Nobody is of correct rank to tell us no anymore.
I'm Red. Red Power Ranger.
Be claiming the Red Power Ranger. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
No, that's fair. I think Aether has to claim blue here. By Power Ranger logic, he has to claim blue.
I mean, I have to do like either yellow or pink just by the dint of being the girl, right? Like one of the two girls.
I feel like you're more black.
Yeah. Well, no, like that's the thing. The girls were not always, but in the original was yellow and pink. Yellow was reserved for the Asian one because it was semi-racist.
Hold on. Was the Black Power Ranger always a black guy?
For a long time, yeah.
Beautiful. Just peak. I don't actually know what the distinctions between the different Rangers is. I'm not gonna lie.
And the green one was always Irish or Scottish, like really blatantly so.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
the first Green Ranger wasn't.
They pushed it really hard after that.
Yeah, because Tommy Oliver was the first Green Ranger.
Yeah. And then, of course, the red one is America as possible.
Jason Lee Scott, yeah.
Yeah.
This is where I admit I don't actually know that much about the Power Rangers because I haven't watched it since I haven't watched it since I was like 10, okay?
All right. I read the comics still.
I never got into them because my hometown was a small town in South Carolina. We didn't have that until I was in high school for being able to read like mangas and comics and stuff.
Well, I mean, like they're actual comics, they're not mangas.
Well, yeah. Still, yeah. I don't know enough about them to identify for Mina, so I'll let you put me in whatever slot you want. I don't care.
We're gonna put you in pink.
All right.
It doesn't matter what we'd go with our squad names, but for the tourney lineup,
yeah.
Remember, we've got to pick something that has some kind of subtle hint to us, or what we're piloting, or something along those lines.
True.
Can I just go by my name?
No, that ruins the fun.
For Nyx, y'all tell me if this is too accurate or too far out there. I'm thinking of going with Endless Hunger because me and my mech keep eating to evolve. That's our shtick.
I was going to call you the Baron.
Very on the nose, but very good.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't give full details. It gives the hint that us eating something could be bad.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, given all my forms, just calling me Mighty Morphing Mina seems accurate. I don't think anybody will forgive me if I do that.
I would totally call Mina the Endless.
I would call Mina Legion.
Both of those are way too on the nose. I don't want them initially to be able to guess that I'm pulling in several bodies for this. I don't need them to know that I'm going to pull out a small mech company and they're all just going to be me.
Oh, you can call it your one.
I've got it for you, Mina.
Mm-hmm.
Deceptively obvious.
Deceptively obvious.
It worked.
I could at that point just name me Dead Pigeon Inside. Deceptively obvious is fine. That works for me. Yeah, I like that well enough. Sure. Deceptively obvious.
I think Jackie went with Red Magnet.
She suggested Red Magnet.
Yeah, I think it's a good one.
I really want to make a wrestling reference. I really want to call Jackie like the Nano Undertaker.
Sick. Oh, what was the name?
See, my brain for some reason, anytime I think wrestler, my brain immediately goes to the Undertaker. So if we call you like the Nano Undertaker, we're telling them you're going to wrestle them to submission without telling them that.
There's a luchador named Red Demon.
We need to paint a luchador mask on your fucking mech.
There,
just
if you look in the Enigma chat, there are requirements for the name.
There's requirement. Okay, let me
You can't just drop a weird fucking ass name
disagree.
with no context.
Again,
Where'd you put it?
luchador
Here
is
we
from
are.
wrestling, so
So I will ask then, Blatt, does the name I was thinking of Endless Hunger, fit that requirements in your
Yeah.
opinion as the GM?
Yes, that works.
Okay.
Endless Hunger is something that can easily be interpreted and analyzed by the enemy team. It also lets you know exactly kind of what you are about. Each one of these has a bit of colloquialism and has a little bit of a different meaning for some of the more cryptic ones as to what they do. But when you do fight them, you will know very quickly what they're about. And it was basically given to you in the very name itself. So, but you do have to think a little bit, maybe in sometimes outside of just the name itself, like the Guardian. That is actually a title given to this individual, which represents entirely what they do and don't do. And if you know anything about the Guardian, you know exactly what they can and can't do in their society. So they're using their title as their fighter name.
That's part of the reason why I'm debating my desire to fight the teacher, because I got some info about the teacher, and the only one called teacher in their species is what would in medieval terms be called the weapon master. It's the person who's the best at all forms of weaponry.
Could be.
So the weapon master, yeah.
Basically. That
and it's that type of thinking. Like
if they want to like throw titles in and have that be fine, I'm just gonna call myself the Regent.
Yeah, that'll work.
They're not gonna have any idea what's going on. Hell, nobody in the Enigmatic Empire barely knows what's going on with it.
Yeah, you can use titles. Kind of gives you away, but at the same time, it's like it's kind of a flex. It's like you will know who exactly I am coming into this. It doesn't matter if you prep. I'm still gonna kill the shit out of your fighter.
I'm not trying to hide that I'm gonna throw hands with the Guardian. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
They challenged me specifically with him.
This is where you go. Your title is the Regent (parentheses Guardian Challenger).
Parentheses. Fuck you.
Calling yourself the challenger of said individual is not gonna fly. Just clever, good attempt, nice try, but no.
Nice try, kid.
But yeah, I think of those names, I'm thinking I want to try going after the teacher.
If it is the weapons master, it's gonna be pretty rough.
Yeah.
So the fight will be in space, in ammo, on a planetoid. There will be if you hold this piece of territory X amount of time, you win. So that you don't just play a chase game and one guy is faster than the other, but one of them is just better at fighting. there will be a centralized objective in which if you hold this for a specific amount of time, cumulatively, so if you go there, fight somebody off, run back, and you just hold it for a certain amount of time over the whole of the fight, you just win. Which means you end up dead anyways, because if they win, they win, and you will have to give up your machine, and it will be torn to pieces. So, yeah, if your whole plan was to run away the whole time and tire them out, that will not work, because your fighter, whether you or them, will just hold the objective, which will be on the planet, which will have a little bit of ammo, which will give the other guy superiority of position. So you can shoot that position if you have ranged weaponry, but they are holding the objective. So, yeah, strategy's huge.
Oh my god, my brain just went, I'm just gonna pick up the objective and run away with it.
I mean, it's got to be a piece of land, right? The objective, it's going to be a piece of land?
Yes.
Just rip a chunk of continent out and fly away with it.
You can, yes. But you will not be taking the objective with you. The objective is a fixed coordinate space. So if the planet is just annihilated, it still stays in place.
Are we designating how big of an arena this is at the start?
It is it's a 2x2x2 grid sector of space. So it's a 200 by 200 by 200.
So it's
not quite a knife fight range, but close enough to be the living room. It's big enough, but it's not small enough for...
It's knife fight range for ships, mid fight range for mechs.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Cats.
So if you bring in a long range weapon, you got to be really clever about its use. So if you have a gun that goes blomp, and that it really excels at long range, that's part of your strategy. That means you're going to be keeping distance so that you can get a fucking good shot and put that guy in the dirt at range. And their objective will to try and be close on you or outshoot you. And there will be a minimum amount of terrain that will always be present. So if one of the fights completely smashes all celestial bodies and objects so that it's just floating debris and there's no gravitational field or atmosphere, the Xenos have offered to relocate a celestial object for replacement. Hopefully you guys will not be bringing in weaponry that can destroy a planet. Because it will be one of your planets, as they will point out. And they're not sure about your policy on that one.
If you want to be very technical, we are weapons that can destroy whole planets.
I mean,
they don't need to know that.
I mean, it's entirely feasible for us to relocate the equivalent of a couple of semi-barren moons from dead systems here in preparation for it.
Full planet. That's what Lilith has put, because it has a not insignificant gravitational force, which allows you to bring ground mechs. So like the Atlas will have home field advantage with their torque actuators on that, and that's where the objective is. So get a little closer while I hold this objective.
Yeah.
Lilith designed this to be advantageous to your collective mech repertoire. Every mech will have its advantage and disadvantages in this particular one. So, but they didn't want to rule out that, hey, some of your best mechs are just ground mechs. They just take less damage and they deal out more punishment if they can get a hold of you or get you in weapons range. Whereas the mechas, instead of the mech warriors, are more nimble. They have the ability to go in and out of Atmo most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
They're really good at space zero-G combat, where the ground mechs don't. But they can't take as big of a hit, and they usually can't carry as big of weapon platforms in Atmo and on surface. Because if they're going to bring something big, they have to tow it, and they rely on zero-G to belie the weight. So mech design will be very important. Are you going to even bother holding the objective, or are you just going to siege this guy? Are you going to go with a ammunition system that, yeah, it's limited, but if I hit you, you're fucked type of thing?
Yeah. If the Atlas grabs hold of someone, they're taking an arm.
Or more. And that's the type of combat you're looking at. Lilith really kind of picked the best situation for you guys, but also not a too bad situation for the bad guys too, or your competition. So, but what the main advantage you guys will have is the objective is in the gravity well. It's on the surface.
Mm-hmm.
And the majority of their mechs aren't terrestrial designed. They're meant for space combat, really good space combat. So them having to go into Atmo could spell doom.
Serious disadvantage.
Oh yeah, could be a serious disadvantage.
So
could be.
Here's what I think for the rest of the lineup, right?
Mm-hmm.
We have to put. Okay, so I think we're putting in major snips.
Oh, you're talking about to fill in our fighter gaps? Since there's only, 4 of us?
Yeah, right.
Snips, Britannia, Lilith.
Yep.
We
Ezekiel.
have an ace. Ezekiel?
Ezekiel has a mech.
We made him a mech?
He doesn't have a mech.
Ezekiel wanted a mech.
He chose... I remember specifically saying to him, do you need a mech? And he's like, no, I'm just going to go in by myself.
Oh, fair.
That's viable. If you don't want to go in with the mech, you can go in as your person.
Yeah, and the whole reason we bought Ezekiel was for this fight, so I'm hoping to get him in the action.
Yeah. So Ezekiel has to go in.
You don't have to solidify the lineup now. You still have 2 days.
Yeah, we're just getting ideas. We're getting people that could fill the slot.
Yeah. I don't think Shangri-La is going to participate, even if we asked.
Nope.
After that, I say, as much as this is a volatile move, throw Ian in.
Throw who?
E.
Oh. Maybe we don't tell them that until they can't back out, because E's specifically what they were afraid of.
So they're very... Just give them the name Fear itself.
Or flipped 3.
Huh. just
the only thing to fear is fear itself.
And spiders.
Honestly, I thought about giving subject E the name of teacher.
Oh, she is my teacher.
She's taught all of us.
Honestly, I almost like the idea of calling her Fear and Spiders, because she has spider-designed heart demons keeping her cultivation in check.
Mm-hmm. Fear and spiders. Fear the spiders.
No, I like the idea of teacher as well. It's surprisingly fitting. Like, jokes aside.
Yeah.
You are
Yeah, right.
you are right.
Depending on the lineup and who you choose for which fighter, the fights could go fast. These are going to be brutally fast combat.
I wonder if
Yeah.
maybe I should see if X wants to join.
X will politely refuse. It's not
Okay.
just the Xenos watching.
No, that's fine. I'm not going to argue with it. If somebody says
They're-
no, I'm not going to try to
yeah.
convince them.
They're more concerned about the enemies within.
Okay.
Mm. Now here's my other crazy idea. Tell
Yes.
Mina it's a game of tag.
What?
You mean the Vice Base Commander, Mina?
Nope.
You mean Milo?
Sorry, Milo. Sorry, yes.
No, and there's
No.
actually a reason why she counts as me.
Mm.
Yeah.
So we can't send ourselves twice. So I can't send like one of my mechs and then another one of my mechs.
No, your mechs are all allowed to participate because they are you. You're allowed to show up with all of them and deploy all of them in the fight.
But we can't declare them as separate fighters, is what we're saying.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you get all of them if you want.
Yeah.
You can have your Timberwolf on the terrestrial layer, your Executioner kind of playing goalie or midfielder right in the middle, and then you can be in space going, all right, bud.
I legitimately plan to declare 100 mechs of the Phalanx variety as my equipment and let them interpret that how they want.
I was gonna throw 100 Apollos in it.
Mina might be able to get away with it because there are asses in seats on those mechs.
Yeah.
Those are drones. Those are remote. This is an honor duel.
No, fair.
You have to have stakes in those machines.
Fair.
Bringing a shipping container of those spears, you could do that. It's whatever you can haul into combat with your mech. If your mech can grab it and haul it, it's equipment. But it's also part of your equipment, which means it is a target that can be. So if you just haul in a whole armory worth of stuff and the guys is like, I'm deleting that 10 by 10, that's all your equipment gone.
True.
I mean, it could be feasible for if you like bring in a oversized mech that's got a backpack that deploys 4 smaller Apollos.
No.
No, no drones. You have to have an ass in a cockpit, which means your life is on the line.
Yeah. The only other person I can think of right now on base that would be helpful is I don't think we should put Subject S out there. Would be Zishi.
I mean, I'm sure Shadow would be willing to throw on this one.
True.
Like I said, I've kind of, after talking to him, I've offered him a job, so he's technically a part of the Regency now. Since, as it turns
Lilith
out,
will point out one specific thing that may change your plans. How you want to be perceived as a combatant, and how you want to be perceived as through that, how you want the species to be perceived.
Yeah.
So if you bring in something that is like Shadow, who literally just twists and contorts energy itself and ruins it, that you're going to have a lot less cooperation because that is pretty dishonorable.
What about
same with S, enslaving the opponent against their will?
I wasn't going to suggest S.
Yeah, no, that's it. I
So-
didn't think we should bring in S.
Maybe make a list of things that you don't, it's not required, but things you guys don't want to represent your species.
True.
So techniques, moves, abilities, technology that these are the exceptions, not the norms of what we use.
Okay, so I'm gonna. On the other hand, I'm gonna point out that the answer is that we'll use anything to win if we really want to. So I don't see a point in that necessarily.
Lilith
that's
is
a
offering
statement
it
of
as a strategic consideration. If it is
I-
not part of the consideration, fuck it.
I'm acknowledging it. I don't know if I care.
Mm-hmm.
The only other plan here that I thought might be worth considering is asking Moltres if they want to join.
No. I'm just no, we're not giving them validation.
Well, once you free them from, once you do the reset, they
But
could be free of Mukyang. You could ask the Clockwork Queen to participate.
if I can get the reset done before this, then yes.
Because, again, Aether wants to go and help you with that.
I'm mostly going to be uploading a virus to the mainframe, going to the queen, cycling the Mukyang out of her, getting rid of the recycler, and then taking care of the fucking Mukyang beast. That's it. That's my to-do list. Once that's done, everything else falls in line. Like, Mother does what the queen says, so once the queen's in hand, that's fine. The recycler's a big problem. Fuck that thing. But once
And
I
then
get rid of the Mukyang creature that represents Muldred as a whole, it's no longer going to be kind of passively generating Mukyang for the rest of the place. So,
and then you have to worry about Huggy.
Huggy, honestly, I thought about it. Huggy is already neutralized. If we do nothing to disrupt its current neutralization, we don't need to do anything.
Fair.
And
As
if we
long as you
do-
don't break down Muldreds as a whole, it'll stay in the maintenance tunnels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
I was just going to leave it down there. Why broke what's not fixed? You know what I mean?
Yep. And like I said, the reason why I was going to go with you is because I had a pass to go see the Queen.
That's completely fine. I'm not saying you can't come with me. Come with me if you want. I don't do what
Making
you
our
want.
way downtown.
I'm just telling you what my plan is. That's all.
So if we can free Muldreds, I think we should bring Clockwork Queen in.
I'm fine with that. That's a statement unto itself.
I'm
a
putting
lot of
my
people.
apprentice up for auction.
Are you talking about what's her name?
Demona.
Yes. Why did her name just escape my head? Today's not a good day for names, apparently.
So Nimlana, that's fair.
Okay, you know what? Let's build the list real quick. Okay, the team, that's 4 slots. Definitely I'm gonna pull in subject E under. You see, I really want to do Fear and Spiders, but I also like the idea. Oh, Teacher Spider, the Spider Teacher.
I was just going to say teacher, because they'll teach them to fear spiders.
Or black
some
teacher.
Teacher and Spiders. How's that sound?
Fair.
Teacher and Spiders.
After
Okay.
that, we have base commander, the vice base commander.
Let's see, we've got Britannia, Vice Commander, Mina, Lilith. So we're already up to 8 right there.
Yeah.
Nimlana. So really, we just need a 10th one in case we can't get the Clockwork Queen. Actually, no, we have
Easy.
Ezekiel.
Easy.
Ezekiel.
I'm just going to call him Zeke. I don't feel like spelling out Ezekiel.
I do easy EZ. That's what I usually do for Ezekiel.
Well, I mean, right there, we've already filled out the numbers, so it's a question of if we want to replace somebody. Because, honestly, I would prefer to bring the Clockwork Queen over Vice Commander Mina.
Correct.
Much as I'm confident in her capability of murder, I think the Clockwork Queen is a stronger move.
I forget, what's Simlana's thing?
Spectrum. She's a Spectrum Grandmaster.
She's also the apprentice of Jacqueline.
Yeah.
That too.
I'm tied between replacing Nimlana and Mina. What does Mina do? I know she pilots a heavy, right?
She's sneaky. Wait.
She's a stealth expert.
Yeah,
Stealth.
Mina.
Okay.
She runs the scout fleet or the scout mech division. But she specializes primarily in assassinations and stealth, though I think Ogre might know more on what she's capable of otherwise.
Which person individually?
Your girlfriend.
Oh. What I know about Mina's capabilities could be summed up in the term spectral assassin.
Also likes to eat steak.
True.
Steak eater is what she'd be called.
That is why we bonded so well. We have an unending appetite.
All right. Okay. So let's look at this from a mech perspective, then. Right. What assets are being deployed? Because I'm deploying the Atlas.
I'm deploying me.
All right. So then we have 4 mechs there that are interchangeable depending on what we need. I'm assuming here we're gonna get the Predator. Mina's mech, last I checked, is a
150 ton, also Predator based one, though mine's not a full Predator like his is. Mine's just Predator based.
Yeah, isn't yours ECM specialty?
It's 150 tons. Its specialty is violence. ECM violence just happens to be included.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I understood that. Okay, this here.
Well, you're bringing this up like this is like we're all fielding together, but we're doing this as individual fights, aren't we?
Correct.
Yeah. So,
are we?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, these are one-on-one honor duels. Yeah.
Yeah. So again, like my idea here, right? I think we should ask the Vice Base Commander how they feel on one-on-ones. And how Nimlana feels on one-on-ones. You know, get the person's perspective on it. Because if they're like, I'm an assassin, I'm not good at one-on-ones, we shouldn't make them do that. Does that make sense?
I mean, just ask her.
That's what we're saying. Ask.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. Let me clarify this. GM, we go to these people. We sit down and have a war council meeting.
Okay. Yeah, you bring him in one at a time. There are 2 people who also join. The original Ace on base.
They actually come out of wherever they're hiding.
Mm-hmm. This is a very private war council.
They've been buried in Sector 13, which doesn't exist even by our standards because we still haven't looked into it.
Mm-hmm. They're not going to be there in person, but a hologram. It's not them their appearance is not identical, but there's a little bit of nuance for those in the know to figure it out.
Mm-hmm. It's the random mysterious entity that half the people in the room know.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And the other one is Neitha herself will show up.
And who else shows up?
Neath, but their animatronic body that you guys gave them.
Yeah.
So they actually fit in the room.
She got to design her own face.
Mm-hmm. They're kind of sitting in. And a little interesting. So he's kind of sitting in the back, looming. Everyone else is kind of around the table. So who wants to start the meeting?
All right. So,
All right. Call you assholes to order. Okay.
I was gonna say. All right. So, as we know, and it's been roamed around the base, it's going to be honorable duels. We have, through much consideration, thought of the best people to bring to the duels. Who here is not good on one-on-one combat?
That's kind of a vice-based commander. I mean, is like I don't prefer it. I like to use the chaos of other people fighting to make my move. Because if you know you're up against a stealth fighter, you're going to expect the unseen blade.
Yes.
So if we're going to have a group fight, sign me up. I will kill anyone and everyone. But in a one-on-one, that's a covert operative and assassin's worst matchup. And like, my mech is not designed to take a hit. My mech is fast, imperceptible, and it usually kills or debilitates permanently in one shot. But if I'm caught first, or if my first strike doesn't kill them, I'm in trouble. You need someone who's...
So we're going to eliminate you from the list then.
Also, I'm an assassin, so you don't really want to advertise your assassins in a live bout like this. I go through a lot of effort just to not be visible.
I will have Ezekiel join us for this conversation.
Yeah.
He puts his boots up on the table immediately. Your god has arrived. Your adoration is appreciated.
Immediately knocks his feet off the table.
I just pull out a cigar bigger than Ezekiel's and light it.
He's actually smoking a long pipe.
I want to stop and look at this. Like, the dick measuring in this room is astronomical.
You see, I just don't want people's feet on my table.
Sorry. It's a good table to put feet up on.
All right, hold it.
Fine.
Hold it.
Feet up on it.
No. We're gonna pause right here.
What do you want?
Ezekiel said sorry. We all need to take a moment.
Shut up and keep moving.
He puts his feet back up on the table.
I'm not going to stop him the second time.
All right.
Wait, there's one more we're missing. Milo!
Hello!
Hey, Milo. I need you to be our wild card thought process. Also, make sure nobody's spying on us.
Okay.
Thank you, Milo.
I will put up a list of the posted names from their side.
There's a lot of long thought processes, but, Ezekiel obviously offers the most constructive criticism. Look at these wankers.
They're like,
what a bunch of pretentious fucktards.
So, from what I know of conversations with their species, these three is a points out the curator, the scholar, and the teacher are titles besides the obvious of the guardian. Hadn't heard of him before, but these 3 titles are given to the best at what they do. From what I know,
this guy's he's the best at what they do in 3 separate topics.
they're bestowed to different people, as I know. From what I understand, I've only know a bit specifically of one of them, and that's the teacher. And the closest that could equate to him for us would be the weapons master.
Looking up at the information that you were given, this is all one guy.
Oh, it is?
Yes. Yeah. He is advertising his titles as his going. So yeah, it's all the same guy.
Yeah, so this guy's
So they only listed 9 people then.
No, should be
no, they 10.
There's 10.
Let's see,
1, 2,
cleave,
3, 4, 5,
observation,
6, 7,
perception,
8, 9,
There's
10.
10.
Yeah.
Relation. Yeah.
Which one am I missing? Because if curator, scholar, and teacher are all one person.
Let's see, guardian, paradox, curator, ambulatory, herald, circulation, gregarious, observation of perception, cleave. They did only said 9. You missed one, Matt.
End transmission.
Is end transmission the last one?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
That's where our mistake was.
End transmission is the last fighter.
Okay,
Cool.
so then then I guess it would be a correction of what I know. I've only heard of his title as the teacher, and that was as what would equate to a weapons master.
Yeah, he's also a scholar and a curator, and he's the best at all 3 of these things.
I do have a vague understanding of the curator title, as in discussion with one of the Xenos, they referred to one of the individuals who collects and prioritizes which genetic sequences are used in which individuals. They were referred to as curators.
Also, one of the biggest trophy collectors.
So
Okay.
that guy has 3 of their highest titles all unto himself. They're sending their cream of the crop.
Mhm.
Yeah. And he's a breaker, so it's a problem in and of itself.
No, these are from the royal ship.
Oh, okay.
None of these are part. They were going to send the colored predators after you guys. These are straight from the royal ship. These are the royal guards.
I pissed them off.
God damn it.
Well, I didn't think they were spying on the entire conversation because I kind of assumed with all of our prep we would have been able to block that, but apparently not. So here we are.
This is also the highest respect they could send you, because if you beat them, they have no excuse.
They have no one to send in afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
So the teacher, the curator, scholar, teacher, he's going to be the dude that's the equivalent of the best with the equipment, with all of the equipment.
One of the best strategists. One of the best at analyzing the situation. One of the best martial artists.
The Boolean
one of the best fighters in all distances. He probably can even get if he gets his hands on your weapons, he could probably use them flawlessly.
Sorry, it's just the whole paradox one. That's the one that I'm trying to figure out most right this second.
So, here's what I'm going to say. And no offense to you. Next.
Are you making a...
I should be the one fighting teacher.
You do need to really get these matchups correct.
Mm-hmm.
Well, okay, so first and foremost, The Boolean paradox. Boolean. What is fuck is Boolean?
Boolean is a yes or no, 1 or 2, or 0 or 1. It's binary. It's this or it's this. There's no wiggle room. Boolean also in software programming is a yes or no.
Okay.
It's one of the very first things you learn in coding when you're trying to learn software. Booleans.
Because it's like the only ones that I have any idea of is the curator, scholar, teacher. The guardian's already been claimed by somebody.
Yeah. Well,
Ambulatory devastation and herald of degeneration are two names that basically counter what I do.
All right, so we're gonna take pride aside here for a second.
Mhm.
Mina, I think you should deal with the Boolean paradox.
We don't know anything about this particular fighter.
We don't, but their name gives us answers.
Nimlana's like, that's a prism formula. The Boolean is a yes or no, but not an and.
Exactly.
Paradoxically, he's going to be both yes and no at the same time, which tells us all about what he does.
Okay,
He
so
literally breaks the rules.
pride aside, there is an issue with the plan of trying to move me off of the Guardian, and it's a very simple one. Respect involved with the entire operation here, right? They care about it.
Yeah.
They called me specifically out to fight the Guardian. How does that look if I back out? Like,
Fuck
not
them
my
and their-
pride, not my pride involved here. How does it look to them that somebody that looked at their tier 6 psionics and said, that's not strong enough? How does it look to them if I then back out?
Makes you look like a bitch ass pussy.
And it
here's
makes
the
them
counterpoint. Winners could decide who's the bitch.
and
So fuck them and what they think.
And you say that, but it's a lot easier to hold down a willing victim. Alright?
Yeah, no, that's a tough one.
I'm 100% confident I can take the Guardian. And I am one of the best ones. I am one of the best ones to put up against basically anything on their lineup and take it apart. Me and Jackie are the two that can do that. Guaranteed.
Well, what's the scope of what we think they can and can't do? Like, on a scale of holy geometric, holy verse to true verse to other bullshit. Like, what are we looking at here? Who do we think out of their name is just someone who knows how to beat face?
She's right about the paradox definitely being a prism thing. I know Aether can handle that just as well as me.
True.
It's true, but we also have to. If I find the Boolean paradox, I can't go on my mech.
Why not?
Alice will not survive bullshit.
Do you need to?
Yeah. Yeah, let's
Just hit him first.
No, I mean, do you need to be in your mech?
Oh no, I
Mm-mm.
probably do it outside of my mech. But I think the Atlas would be great against.
Ezekiel will actually kick his feet up off the table, popping himself up, and then kind of goes over to the whiteboard or the whiteboard equivalent, and kind of takes the names, flicks it onto the board, and kind of fills out and divides them into tabs. All right, let's go one by one. The Guardian. Let's start with the top of the list. What do we know about the Guardian?
He's
He's
psionic. He's probably going to be a physical fighter.
He's their most powerful psionic on the lineup, and he's going to have the most skill on the entire generalist set. He is guardian of their people.
Yeah, he is the last line of defense, the one that represents their species' fighting prowess.
He's the head of the royal guard that guards the actual Ascended Council.
So this guy is going to be a badass motherfucker fight, and we already got the matchup for it. And he kind of flicks all of the ideas onto all the basically his stats. So, what do you say? Because if he's going to be the best of the best in everything, do we put those all at 10s? On a scale out of 10?
Here's my actual problem with that idea.
Mm-hmm.
I think while the Guardians is their last line of defense, I think End's transmission is their ace. I would put the Guardians at 7s or 8s across the board out of a 10.
Okay, all right. Give me your reasons. Well, what are you? What's your?
I'm actually going to have to agree with that. I don't think he's going to be the top on everything. I think he's going to be capable of anything.
In terms
so
of
the best generalist.
Yeah, I'm thinking in terms of numbers. I kind of agree with the logic here. I would say put the Guardian at 8s across the board. In terms of the next best, I would probably say the Curator, Scholar, or Teacher would probably be 9s across the board, and I agree that in transmission would be 10s.
We're only starting with the Guardian first.
Yeah, Guardian.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 8s across the board, but in every category.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Even psionically?
Yes.
I think psionics, there's a strong possibility that he might be their most powerful psionic on the list.
Okay, so for a psionics category, he's a 10. But everything else, 7s and 8s.
I think so.
So
that's based off of what we've been implied so far.
What do you? And he kind of flicks another thing up there. Adaptability. Like we don't ever forget this is what they're best at. What do you think his adaptability rating to the situation, to new unknown things?
Going to be his other strength. Does anybody disagree with that?
I'd put it at a 9.
Okay.
I kind of disagree.
What are you thinking?
I'm thinking his adaptability is probably going to be around the 6 to 7 range, primarily because it's a title that he's been at for a ludicrous period of time because he's been stuck guarding the council.
I have a refute to that, and this is something I learned from one of the ambassadors, the first one we met. They replace people regularly. Their queens get replaced regularly by command of the Ascended Council. The only thing that doesn't change is the Ascended Council. I very much think that this is not the same Guardian that's been here for the last 300 years. It's very possible that he has been replaced every single time they figured out we were capable of something else on the battlefield.
That's why I was saying it, because what I knew of the personal guard, I didn't know they were titled the Guardian. All I knew is that the highest person in charge of protecting their utmost echelons, which was the Ascended Council, all I knew is that person had been the same for 300 years or so, because one of the ambassadors had offhandedly complained about it, because he did say that while, yes, people get replaced when they start sucking, this one person had been in that position for so long.
Then there's a high possibility he's beaten all challengers.
Then I'd say put his adaptability at probably a 9. But I don't think that... I only think somebody should be a 10 is if that is
In their
what
name.
they're supposed to be the best at. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fine. I think for just dealing with the largest number of different abilities and hold on.
Stove on for your steak.
Huh?
Do you want me to put the stove on for your steak? Or the oven, I mean? Do you want to cook your steak?
I thought you were cooking it.
No.
I'll
I
let
was
you
making
cook.
a sauce.
Okay. I'll deal with it later then.
Okay.
What was I saying? Line of thought went away. Hello?
Yep.
Okay. Sorry, line of thought got interrupted, and what were we saying?
We were talking about his rating as adaptability.
Yeah.
How I said it shouldn't be a 10. At most, we should rank him as a 9.
That's fine. That's not. I don't see an issue with that. I'm just
Because I agree with you, he is probably their best generalist.
yeah.
I would say his psionics and his adaptability, I can agree that they would probably be set at a 9, but he's a generalist, I don't think any of his things should be rated 10.
The only reason I even put his psionics as high as that is just because they value psionics so heavily. That's basically why I was even saying having his that high. Cool. So if we're going to use esoterics as one of the actually no, we're just continuing down the list from there. We basically have the Guardian is going to be the best generalist, going to have about 8s out around the board. A specialties in psionics at 9. I'd assume esoterics might be one of his weakest, but honestly, it's hard to say given the nature of their people. Do we want to move on to the next one then for now?
Might be. Which would be Boolean paradox.
All right. He flips to the new tab.
This guy, I feel his esoterics should probably be a 10.
Probably.
Where's esoterics at a 9? But that's just my opinion.
You know, there's something that popped in my head just now that could probably help with a significant amount of our assessments we're trying to make currently. Hey Matt. I'm going to look at what info I can yank out of the coalition's files on them.
Oh, there's a good one. They only have information about one dude. Ambulatory devastation.
Oh, lovely.
None of the other royal guards were ever deployed, even in retreat.
Not that big of a surprise, honestly. All right, what about him?
He alone did the work of 5 armadas, since he destroyed 5 armadas by himself. He is the basically ruination in a hurry. Like straight out of an anime Gundam movie where they just fly through the battlefield and everything just is explosions behind them. This guy is an unstoppable force. Once he is in motion, no one has ever stopped him. Doesn't have a long runtime though. That's too much energy. That's too much power. Longest I've ever seen him active is 15 minutes. That's all it took to lose an entire fleet.
Well, there you have it.
Shields are useless against it. Whatever it does, it completely disrupts shields, and or it just phases through it. It is a matchup of strength and power.
This was Harold, right?
Nope, ambulatory devastation.
Mm.
It does not really need to do anything clever, nor tries to. It just goes right for the objective. Either your ass or whatever the target is, but usually he's not there to hold territory. He's there to completely destroy all enemies in the way. So this guy will be constantly in pursuit of you, and he does get faster and faster, and more power builds up the longer he's in combat.
Mm.
So, usually goes after smaller targets first to build up power. Usually takes out all the support ships. Then once he reaches a specific energy level, then goes after larger and larger targets, and then saves the biggest targets for last.
So he's got an ability similar to mine.
Mm-hmm. Constantly in motion. Mechanically, he takes a turn while you take a turn, and then he gets a turn. Endlessly. Until he runs out of time.
Well.
Yeah, it's a race against turn economy, because eventually the guy gets to add an additional turn every turn. Or every round. So if he goes first, then he goes, then you go, and he goes at the same time, round's over. Then he goes, you and him go at the same time, then he goes again after you, top of the turn order, and it keeps stacking turns at the bottom of the order until 15 minutes has passed. Turns are 10 seconds.
Yeah, I know. The first thing that popped in my head is I think Jackie would be able to take his ass apart.
He does have the means against esoterics that are just able to teleport and run away and just try and outlast. Eventually you find yourself gravitatically pulled towards him based off of the amount of energy it is. So matter starts to get closer. They're not sure if it's magnetic. They're not sure if it's actually gravitic, or if it's just some sort of tether that he applies, some sort of energy field, something. Eventually, you stop being able to run away. And especially in this...
Does anybody disagree with my assessment that Jackie would be a pretty good matchup for that?
Mm. I think Jack would be a good matchup. I think Ezekiel would be better.
Yeah, I can see the sense of that.
I'll handle him. Ezekiel is like, yeah. If you want me to assign to this guy, I'll take him apart.
Yeah.
Meatheads are the easiest to beat, even if they're a little extra.
Especially with your specialties.
I mean, if it takes him 15 minutes to get to a head and get to his most powerful, that's 15 minutes of me solving whatever problem he is.
Mm-hmm.
And teach him why you're a god.
Precisely. And they can flail about all they want, but at the end of the day, they will bow at my feet.
So I think Ezekiel will be the best choice for that one.
Okay.
Honestly, I would want to put Jackie against the Guardian.
You can stop going on about that because I'm not giving up the Guardian fight.
And then I would put End Transmission against E.
I don't know yet. Don't shoehorn me into a specific position yet. I do have my weaknesses.
We
have weaknesses?
I do, yes.
Very easily led around.
I have a distance problem.
True.
I also have a energy reservoir problem. The longer the distance, the more it costs me. I also still need to breathe. So I'll need a spacesuit.
Like I said, these are just my initial thoughts.
We don't know anything about them except for the Guardian and now Ambulatory Devastation. That's the big problem.
And the teacher.
We know some. Yeah. We suspect a lot about the teacher. We don't know.
No,
but I think I do think your information is solid on that, though. I think you're right about him probably being the most, I would say, generalist when it comes to like weapons combat.
Yeah.
You'd also know exactly what to do in all instances against our weapons, even new ones.
Mm-hmm.
So we can't give him a weapon.
We need to put him in something more esoteric.
Yeah. He'll probably be caught off guard a little bit, but as a scholar, he'll figure out how he can combat it. It's just changing up the playbook. We need something with hyper adaptability that can just pivot on a fly
or
and come up with a completely
or something that takes him down in the first go.
That too. I mean, any one of these entities, if we can take them down in a first go, which is also going to be a viable strategy on their end. If they see one of ours as a problem, they're going to try the same.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least on some strategic lineups. Downside, they don't get a choice on who they pit against who.
Okay. What we need is more than just their name. That's what we really need. Because, so we've got an obvious esoteric specialist in the paradox. The curator, scholar, teacher, going to be their best adapter and general combatant. He's a weapons expert. We now know about Ambulatory Devastation. He's just a sledgehammer, essentially. Herald of Degeneration. Yeah, Herald of Degeneration is definitely going to be having a bunch of skills just based off that name to break things down. Probably more than just genetics. It's probably going to be a breakdown of your mech, just a general degradation of everything.
Breakdown of your power, yeah. It's a general. They have to be beaten as quick as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're an attrition fighter.
I don't know
They're-
what circulation of yellow is.
Unascended.
You think it's an ascended?
Yeah.
Why do you think that?
Well, do we know what yellow the color is representative in their society?
I'll check our files. Do you know?
All right, Jim. I'm double checking here because the ambassador said that the holy color is yellow.
Mhm.
So my only thought process there, it has to be an ascendant or someone very close to ascension. Ascendant are known for, at least in mine, they circulate their energy. So circulation of yellow makes sense as an ascendant.
I would like to counter that with, as far as I'm aware, all of their ascended are in their ascended council.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not sending their council into the field.
Why not?
Because a whole point of this is that their council had to gather together to make themselves tier 6.
What about one of their pariahs?
Maybe. But then they wouldn't get an honored name, would they? If it's a pariah?
Probably would, just because they're an ascendant.
But not if you want to disrespect them, make them fight as a royal guard.
Or someone close
think of
to
it this way.
ascending.
It could have been a pariah that's redeemed themselves, or it's out of necessity because their people are on the verge of extinction. It may be a hybrid.
Could be a hybrid, closer to like the Leah Soldier program, but ascended version.
Or someone close to ascension.
O2 will send a message. He's outside. He'd like to come on in.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna be like, we've got another advisor coming in. Oh, this one's actually an expert on Xenos shit. So
Yep, I'm here, everyone. Sorry, yeah, I know it's not in
he's
a lot
with
of
me.
people's good graces. Anyways, I come with a series of information from a bunch of individuals who wish to help but remain anonymous.
Amazing. Please continue.
Okay. I got information about. Yeah, that's the list. 4 of these suckers.
What we got?
Well, I got one on the Boolean guy. The circulation guy, cleave, and an observation. The 2 that we have no information at all, no matter how hard we try, is the gregarious guy and the transmission guy.
Well, I mean, obviously, end transmission is some sort of specialist in information warfare. Just name alone tells you that. Okay, please. Well, okay. Tell us what you got.
Okay, so the Boolean paradox guy, he is one of their specialists in state-of-the-art research, scientific application, and, well, he's the guy pushing in the next thing beyond psionics. He's one of their smarter guards.
And this was observation?
No, this is a Boolean.
Boolean.
Yeah.
Boolean paradox. Okay.
Yeah. He is a master of space and mathematics. You're going to be looking at a math fight. Holy verse is not going to be enough. If that's all you got, he's going to break you down.
Slowly looking at Aether.
You're going to need a good foundation of as much math as you can put together. He's also a good physical fighter. Not as good as the other ones on the list, but he does know how to close combat you. Range is ineffective. Just the projectiles will never hit him.
Well, Aether, I appreciate your service in handling the math.
I would look at you and like, that's the one that always tries to get the better math.
What's your point?
Ugh.
Yeah, he's their math guy.
Would you like me not to admit that you have better math than me right now?
Fine.
I do know for a fact that a couple of these individuals will either surrender or accept surrender if they find you a worthy opponent. They do have an alternative rule set for duels. If they decide that you fought well, or if they fought well and you're willing to take surrender, if both sides agree, you don't have to murder them. Kind of weird. But I'm pretty sure all of you will do something about that. But if we're absorbing them into the Empire...
Killing all of them's not ideal.
Yeah.
The only one that has to die, well...
Guardian.
never mind.
Yeah.
Yep.
So... yeah, he is the smartest. He's even said that he's smarter than some of the members on the council. They keep a close eye on him.
Yeah, got that impression.
Okay. He's also pretty sneaky. So, whatever pull he's up to usually isn't the whole of it, but it's big brain, mastermind type of thing. Okay. Going down the list. Circulation of yellow. That one's a tough one. It is a guardian specifically designed to have ascension-like powers, but not be an ascension themselves. He's what they feed ascended to. Do not send an ascended to fight this guy. You will be eaten without question. He circulates ascended energy from the stuff he's devoured. You need a physical fighter. Somebody as inert as possible and as dense as possible, physically. Because he also eats energy.
I would just throw Britannia at him.
Britannia would work. Yeah. Blunt force trauma is most likely going to be your best bet.
Britannia is in this room, isn't she?
Yeah, Britannia is just like, I guess I gotta put away my cool guns, but I have a big beat stick. Yeah, I can bring both. Fuck it.
We did invite Shangri-La, right?
Yeah, no, Shangri-La's not here.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a yellow is their most holy color, and it represents the their ascended and their respect for thereof. And you would think you're going to be fighting an ascended. No, you're fighting their ascended eater. It's a bit of a red herring, misinformation. So, yeah,
good to know.
Yeah.
We actually figured out it probably wasn't really an ascended, but we were thinking Leah's soldier type thing, type program.
An observation of perception. That's their master of senses. One of their more powerful psionics, but in a different way. Applied psionics. They're the master of how the world can be perceived through other senses. If you're going to fight this guy, and you are reliant on one or two senses to do things, you're fucked. Sensory deprivation is one of their primary go-tos.
We're keeping E far away from that one.
Yeah. They're not particularly quick. They're not particularly strong, but they're a good close-range fighter. They're very cautious, very patient, and they will pick you apart one piece at a time slowly to guarantee your death. They're also fucking hard to find. For obvious reasons. If you rely on sensor equipment, and if you're going as a mech, fucking turn it off. It's not going to help you. It's only going to confuse you. It's also a master of misinformation. Any senses you are permitted to still have or have fought to keep, you can't trust them. You're going to have to come up with a sense it cannot turn off or manipulate in a manner that is ruinous. So if you're going to fight it, you either hold the objective and flail about to force it out so it can't hold on to the objective and you time out first with the win, or you're going to have to pioneer new sensory organs or the ability to see the world.
Or just shut it down psionically.
Could be. That's what they thought. Well, even then, you may think you've shut them down psionically. That's also potentially part of the misinformation. But you know what? What do I know? And just relaying the information.
I am just putting out another thought.
Right. Last guy, Cleave. We're going to go with the dictionary application of Cleave. It is the act of putting two things together and separating two things. That's what it does. It separates two very specific things that it chooses, and it can put two things together that it chooses, such as the pilot with the mech, such as your heart from your chest, such as the surface of the celestial object you're standing on with you. It is a single word of creative application of Cleave.
Well,
you need somebody resistant to concepts and the application thereof esoterically. They don't use psionics to do this. They are one of the more psionically inert. They do not use holy verse or mathematics. We're not sure what they use or how they do what they do. Best guess, they shift space just slightly. Think superposition.
Thoughts?
Nimlana's, I'll fight that guy.
Who does this?
Nimlana. That's just that's spectrum. That's dimensional power. He's using multi-layered because dimensional mathematics are a lot more nuanced. Each layer between the dimensions is actually layered like an onion. There are sub-layers, and if you can warp and contort them a little bit, you can make it ripple or scrunch or stretch. Very, very tiny. No more than like 10 meters at a time, at most.
Well, sounds like we have our fighter for Cleave.
Yeah. Also, Prism really fucks with that, and I'm really good at Prism. It basically makes a frictionless service on a dimensional and subdimensional layer, and it'll just slide right off.
So, Ambulatory Devastation gets Ezekiel. The Circulation of Yellow gets Britannia. The Boolean Paradox gets Aether. Cleave goes to Nimlana. We don't have anybody for Observation of Perception yet, if I'm not mistaken.
O2 is like, all right, I wasn't here. You got this information by spying on the enemy and information gathering the old-fashioned way. I'm out. See ya.
You didn't give us his last one. He was... Because he
gave
us...
That was 4. Circulation of Yellow, Cleave, Observation of Perception, and the Boolean Paradox. He said he could not get you any information on the gregarious consultation, and in transmission, there is 0 information to be found.
Okay, cool.
Send your absolute best against those two.
Well, let's see. Gregarious is someone that is sociable. Let me see, because I'm just pulled up the fucking dictionary definition. It's sociable, companion loving, fucking. The direct definition is a person fond of company. And then consultation is just discussion. Is that a fun way of saying it's going to be like a lot, like one mind controlling a lot of bodies?
I was
That's what
thinking,
Or it could be their bard. They can.
Yeah.
psionics a 10. That's my guess.
It could be their heavy psionics hitter. Yeah.
All right.
Convince you it's your friend.
Yeah.
And that this is just unnecessary, and it will go stand on the objective while you go have a conversation with it next to the objective. But it wins by talking to you. Could be. That's spooky.
How do you spell Nimlana? It's Nimlana, right?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay.
So, who's so dumb and unsociable and smooth brain that we can throw at this?
Slips.
Everyone starts laughing.
I'm sorry. It's the first thing that comes to mind.
They are seriously one of the most cantankerous individuals. The ace on base is through the hologram. Skippy.
That's who I thought you were saying first. Honestly, that's who came
No,
to mind.
I said that was my first suggestion, and then I came up with another one.
Skippy has on record multiple times when they are asked a question that, or a series of information goes into their head and they have trouble processing it, they grab the person and throw them away.
There's also multiple personalities that you have to get through, so if you're talking to one, you're talking to many. It's a little harder to deal with, I suppose.
They do have fractured. They do have massive schizophrenia, yeah. Held together by duct tape, bubble gum,
and a Leo ring.
And a perm. Yeah, a Leo ring.
Even if it does turn out to be some sort of hive grouping, I think Skippy would be our best bet for it.
Yeah, I'm fine with Senator.
Either that or if Milo is separate from me, we can throw Milo at it. They'll forget the conversation and fucking slap him.
Unfortunately, me and her are 1-on-2 fundamental.
I said unfortunately. Huh. That's interesting. Well, then we have end transmission. We got information about all of them, at least a little bit.
I think so. I would be worried sending. Who do you feel good against?
Scholar. I'll tear him to pieces. Doesn't matter what weapons he uses. I'll eat his soul. But I can be convinced if there is a matchup that we just don't have.
I do not think we should put her up against Herald of Degradation.
I don't know if I can beat it. It may, pun intended, suck harder than I do.
Degeneration, I don't.
I'm unstable as it is. I can't afford that.
We work too hard to get you where you are.
Yeah, he'll unravel me. I can't. And I know it's going to be more than just skin deep. This is going to be your cells are going to start to fall apart. You need to. Honestly, I don't see any of us surviving past 30 seconds. Not in a close confined space like that, where he can turn all of his attention on a single target.
That's making the assumption that that's exactly how it forms.
True. That is an assumption. So
It could just be genetic degradation, degeneration. It could be actual de-evolution. We don't know.
we need somebody stable and unchanging. Lilith would be a good fit, or even better, Jackie. Your three mechs put together.
Oh, I'm more than
And
that. Sorry if you didn't know.
Hmm?
I'm more than that.
Fuck. Well, you're a bunch of machines put together. And anything that starts to fall apart, you can recycle and replace.
Yeah, if it touches me, like from an ability, I can just eat it as well. I haven't had a chance to do that yet.
I think you would be best against that guy.
I'm not gonna lie. I actually want to put Jackie against an observation of perception because I think Jackie could grapple his ability to alter perception.
Jackie, you're too good at what you do. You're a really good matchup against just about everybody.
Jackie is our we can't figure this shit out. Let's just nuke it.
Do we put them against End Transmission then? The real mystery card? We have literally no information, and we need to send our best. Somebody who doesn't matter what it comes up to is just
for
a problem.
For degeneration. I was thinking if we can acquire her, the Clockwork Queen.
Oh, that Ezekiel's like, yeah, because they're a master of tachyons.
Yeah, exactly.
They can reverse time.
So
that was the thought there. Yes,
I don't disagree with that one.
Hmm.
I think end transmission would be best suited for Jackie.
it's the one we know the least amount, and Jackie's the most capable of just handling shit.
I think observation of perception could go to next.
Yeah. No, Nix, I think you're pretty ideal for that.
Nif is like, for my education, why would you pick that?
Oh, we're saying we think you're best for observation of perception.
For my education, this is Nif. Why would you make that pick? Am I missing something? What gives him an advantage over an opponent that controls perception?
Adaptability.
That still's not enough. Many of the individuals, like the Guardian, is said to be the most adaptable of the bunch, but will that help them against Mana? I don't think so. Adaptability does not mean success.
See, here's the thing. There's something I've been thinking about a lot. And it's a very specific thing. It's the fact that I can't think of sections of time. I have talked to Nyx.
Okay.
I think Nyx has something up his sleeve for dealing with someone that wants to fuck with his perception, doesn't he?
Not really.
No?
Your mask doesn't do that?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like,
yeah, I know, in character you were doing that, and I'm just trying to put so Nyx understands.
I thought you were talking about my rewinding capabilities.
No.
Yeah, you're like, oh shit, something hit me. I'm gonna rewind. Now I know that's a thing.
That too.
Yeah, that too.
Oh, you're talking about my.
Yeah, they're talking about all your bullshit you can wield together.
The thing, I'm just like, I keep forgetting.
Nyx is just cocks his head. Yeah, I don't know whether to refer to him as a familiar, a symbiote.
I just appreciate you admitting that it exists to me finally.
I mean,
you'll forget in 5 seconds.
You've forgotten what he mentioned.
Fuck!
You know that there's
Point
something
is-
important that he's hiding, but that is
I'm not
kind
even
of a game
hiding it.
changer.
That's the thing.
Yeah, he's got a game changer. You know that he has that game changer. He just whatever he mentioned it as, it just glanced off.
Point is, he's got this thing stashed in his that I don't know what it is. It's in my head. It's not in my head, and it goes away really fast. Point is, I'm confident. All right.
Oh, that does make sense, because if it cannot be perceived at all, he can't alter it.
Yeah, exactly. If I can't remember what the damn thing is, I'm presuming something like that's probably not going to be doing much better.
What
You know
you
what you
Shiny
also
Tech
could do is
work
figure
with
out
that?
whatever the fuck that technique the Aether's parents does. Whatever made you forget most of the words of the document that you read. You only remember the 128 words. What about that technique? Maybe Nyx can figure that out along with his mask. He just isn't perceptible.
There's a lot of things that makes me think Nyx can absolutely wreck our friend Observation of Perception's day.
That's an interesting lineup. You're going to have him thrown against one of the most esoteric enemies because he's more esoteric or esoteric resistant.
Yes.
I am so confusing that esoterics can't accommodate.
That could be the lineup.
By the way, is Nyx spelled with a Y or an I?
NYX.
Yeah, NYX, yeah.
Okay.
The edgy way.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Sure.
He was initially built to be the edgelord, just because. Fuck it, why not? Yeah, but Nyx will be like, yes, I do have a means of fucking with the manifestation of perception and various means of rewinding reality.
And altering reality by going, no, you! Reverse Uno!
I'm just saying, I think
I am a manifestation of reality manipulation.
Hmm?
And I'm just saying, you can fuck with them harder than they can fuck with you.
That's part of the reason why I was thinking about the teacher.
But we have alternatives for the teacher. We don't have alternatives for observation.
No, I understand that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Everyone in the room's just like, yeah, none of us is really confident against that matchup. In fact, it's kind of a guaranteed loss for most of us.
Why do I always have to be the oddball?
Because you are the oddball, which is why we need you. No, that's why we need you. It's a compliment. If you don't see it as a compliment,
that's your problem.
I'm being a brat.
Look,
just I don't get to do it all.
Shitty apprentice, nut up, sack up. Come on.
Hold on. How about this? We're saying Ezekiel can't beat it, but you can.
Yeah, I can't beat it. My godly perception is only resultant of this dimension, and that is the realm of my powers as a god.
Fine.
He's finally admitted you're better at something than him.
Yeah.
And it's being weird, but...
Yeah, exactly.
Fine. I'll deal with it. God damn it.
Okay, so...
I'll even give you a head pat and a compliment afterwards.
Don't push it. So...
if he wins.
Stop. No, just stop. This is just going to discourage him.
He'll be fine. Probably. Maybe.
He'll be fine. Okay, so... We, at this point, have ourselves looking at End Transmission and Herald of Degeneration. For Herald of Degeneration, I want to put the Clockwork Queen against it. That isn't a guaranteed grab on the Clockwork Queen is the problem.
For something with a title like the Herald of Degeneration, we need something that is...
Why don't you just throw the Skippy card at it?
We already threw the Skippy card at another target. The gregarious consultation, because Skippy will skip anything that guy says.
No. Sorry. The card, I didn't mean Huggy. The H word.
No, they stay down there and they don't.
No,
leave.
use the card. Use the card, then it goes back after.
No,
it
that's
doesn't.
not a guarantee.
It does
That's,
not.
it does not.
That's just letting Huggy out.
All right,
Yeah.
fine.
That's why Huggy's sitting in a deck.
Well, here's the thing. If they decide to literally throw away honor and throw away the result, we can throw Huggy at the council. And we'll deal with the aftermath afterwards.
The aftermath there is I will create a black hole.
We'll have to have Shadow on standby to force Huggy into the negative energy dimension.
I don't know if that would work.
It'll probably slipstream its way back into the space it knows best, which will be back to where it came from.
We hope.
Or it's going to take over the negative energy dimension, and that's going to be a whole different problem.
Fuck. Why is that thing alive? Why is that thing a thing?
Because we can't kill it.
You know the whole tale of Icarus and flying too close to the sun?
Yeah.
This is our Icarus.
So even if the Empire were to fall,
that thing would definitely be our revenge.
Yeah, but we would still not use it in the war.
No, because it will.
Yeah.
That is what we let out when the planet it's on gets blown up. Not because we let it out, but because the homeworld got blown up.
I'm still mad at you for revealing that I can summon Huggy.
Don't worry about it.
A great thing to be upset with Aether about, yes.
I mean, technically, I'm the one who said that.
Oh, sorry, you're right. I'm blaming Aether needlessly right now. I'm
also the one that gave it to you as well.
Yeah, I'm not mad about that. It's just it was one of the few things that I wish had never been mentioned because I wish I could forget about it myself.
You're welcome.
But
well, think of it this way: Jackie would be the only one allowed to bring it up, besides yourself.
Yeah, fair enough.
So,
but
that's not true. I was there when it happened. So,
was it you or the other you?
How about y'all shut up for 5 seconds? So, back on topic.
Against the Herald of Degeneration.
If we can't get the Clockwork Queen, please continue.
In my opinion, we need something that is just the equivalent of perpetual. Always has been what it is, always will be what it is. We need something that is an immutable existence.
Do we have anything in the Empire?
That's why we said the Clockwork Queen.
But I'm saying if we can't get that as a fighter, what if they just even refuse? So we need backups for the option.
That's why I brought that up, yeah. For that very reason.
Because Mina refused to participate because honestly that's a really good tactical decision. Like that.
Two things.
Go on.
If we can't bring that out, we bring out S.
Hmm.
I still don't think S would be. He's like, nah, S wouldn't be good.
No.
If that doesn't work,
my
we
sister
bring
also
out...
has a personality.
Yeah.
None of the subjects.
If we also agree we don't get S, Shadow.
Shadow would do it.
It's pretty immutable, yeah.
Well, not only that, negative energy dimensions all about breaking down.
Oh, putting like to like.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shadow would definitely do it for basically any reason. He's It's almost for the Thunderhead. I thought
What?
Clarkson, though.
Yeah.
You're talking about the Superman protocol?
Mm-hmm.
What about our Star Slab Behemoth?
I don't know. I don't know if it could. I don't know how it would do on that matchup. I like that idea, though.
Yeah, it was like he is completely unchanging. Once that metal was set in stone, or was successfully cast and cooled, Star Slab does not change.
I have
It
an
breaks.
insane idea.
I have somebody we can ask questions to, if we can drag her into this.
Here's my insane idea.
That's your insane idea.
Let Shadow pilot the Star Slab Behemoth.
Most of the sentient mechs only need an ass in the seat.
We'd have to see if the mech is willing. I have one idea of how we might be able to get a little bit more information. And if I'm right about her even being willing to share, she'll be with us presently, as I'm thinking of Ia right now, Matt.
There's a hologram that'll pop up. Yeah.
And called it. Admiral? We
Fighters
are...
Council.
Yep. We're discussing the upcoming fights. Your prediction engine.
One question per fighter. And then one question for each of your fighters. Otherwise...
Herald of Degeneration.
What's the question? Be specific.
Which of our fighters would be best to put up against it?
Specifically in the room? Or
Between...
from all the ones you've considered?
In the Empire.
In the Empire?
That would be willing to fight.
Yeah. There are two fighters that would be better than any choice you've put together, but they are so unwilling to fight. Because one's a coward, and the other one is so set in their way that they're unchanging. So, they're out. Your idea for the Star Slab Behemoth piloted by an unchanging individual will work, but unfortunately Star Slab Behemoth, if you had its schematics, there is a particular probability engine inside of it that is extremely vulnerable to outside forces, and it was not properly insulated during its original design. Clockwork Queen's your best option. Get to work on that quickly. They would be willing to fight, but you're going to have to pose it as a request to royalty, as well as offer them concessions. Basically, you're going to have to make a deal. But you must phrase it very specifically. They do see themselves as royalty, and if you don't approach it that way, if you mess up the first ask, it will not work again.
Oh, God.
And then you're stuck with your third option, which is Britannia, and Britannia you will not survive.
God damn it. Add a character. A reminder to the party that I informed you of a while ago, that I was informed that the reason the Clockwork Queen didn't kill me and treated me reasonably well is because, as the head of security, I'm basically the guardian of her kingdom.
You're the last living employee and not a park fixture.
Yeah.
I'm unclear as to why that is currently relevant.
He could be the one to make the ask, and it may be better received. But again, it's phrasing.
Yeah, because I'm the closest I am the only living entity that could be currently deemed as a respected or respectable individual.
Well, the other part of this is to keep in mind that part of my plan here is to give Crashing Anvil control of the park again and authority over her. So we don't know how that's going to turn out.
Yeah. And also, a small thing for you to know. I have an official summons from them as an envoy.
There are other potential options, but with Britannia, I'd give them a 2080 victory. But you will not survive it regardless.
Okay. I'm trying to decide exactly what to ask about end transmission. Because
Why
that's
don't
the
you
next
ask about things that are specific to characters you already know?
Because I'm pretty confident in most of our choices.
All right.
Here's a simple question that may fit from one of the people here. Are
State their
any
name
of
first.
No, this is the question aloud from me that you said.
Okay.
Are any of our assumptions about the individuals we've received from their lineup wrong?
One. And it's on purpose. Not because you guys didn't know, it's because their purpose is not singular. They have a dual purpose. So, circulation of yellow is correct in what you've been told, but it's only half. Whoever you put against that person needs to be ephemeral. Gossamer. Suggestion, a maybe. It deals in permanence, and permanency specifically. Most of what it does is a symptom of what its real purpose is and what it's best at. It deals in permanency. You need something and someone who can disappear in a hurry and reappear in a hurry.
I know exactly who we need to put up against him then. The soldier from Spectrum. What's his name? The one that's working for you officially, Nix.
Oh, Voidwalker?
Voidwalker.
They are purely a questionable existence.
Yes. It's the circulation of yellow is actually their second strongest fighter.
I even have a mech that's designed to go with Voidwalker because I wanted to have one for them.
Complete the design. Your Baratine gas parameters are incorrect. You'll have to tune it with a very specific method that doesn't exist yet. But I think if you do it right and work with the right people, you'll get it in time. The mass ratio of the mech is too much, and you'll have to remove specific circuitry and find another means of powering those parts because it won't translate well with the new formula. Got a lot of work to do very quickly. Circulation in yellow is their second most powerful fighter, and the Guardian is not the first. He's not even in the top 5.
Joy.
Okay. So that was our... To clarify, that was our main mistake for our selection so far.
Yes. Whoever you were originally going to put against the circulation of yellow, it was a death sentence without you just didn't even know it. If you exist in a fixed status, you are dead.
Okay.
So why wouldn't Nano not work against that then?
It's gone. He'll eat it. It's a permanence. Nano is a permanent thing. It exists in reality in this dimension. It's not subjective, or it's not maybe. It's not
It's a
ephemeral.
fixed existence.
The fixed existence.
All right, I just figured since it was always changing, like moving around. But no,
Doesn't
that's
matter.
fair. Same with blood. It could be that same way. Yeah.
I have another insane idea.
Go on.
You contact the Chaotica.
Good fuck, yeah. Well, I would like to put Milo against it and just watch
No,
that happen.
You need
but
something with lethal combat training. It is a brutal combatant.
where I'm sticking with Voidwalker. We'll get him a mech.
Chaotica is a entity that would work, but their combat prowess is crap. You're going against a veteran fighter. They only pull out of the stasis vault when it gets bad. It is one of their more permanent fixtures, while everything else is changing and is replaced. It has never lost. It has never been replaced, and it never needs to be. I have run tens of millions of simulations in regards to that fight. There's only 3 individuals who could survive it, and you've already assigned one to one of the other fights. One will have to remain in stasis, and then your Voidwalkers are the only one that's left. They're a 60-40.
Our favor or theirs?
Yours.
Alright. It's acceptable as far as I'm concerned. Not hearing disagreements either. Okay.
That's a question from you, Mr. Aether, from you, Mr. Nix, and one question about one of the enemies. So.
What is N Transmission's specialty?
The end of all things. Full stop. It is their final solution. It is not particularly a fight anything can win. I've run the most simulations on this. You need something that dies but doesn't.
Ah, perfect. I'm the woman for the job.
Yeah, I think so.
It has a window in what it can use. Its power is final, but it has a cooldown.
Iron Man.
Every time
mode.
it uses its power, the cooldown extends.
Iron
It's
Man
not a
mode.
combatant. It is very hands off.
Well, that's going to be very unfortunate since Jackie's very hands-on.
No. Well, it's very hands-on, but Jackie, you're going to need to be hands-on with the objective.
I agree.
You need to endure. Getting your hands on it will subject you to its power again. It will keep its distance. It will pulse the entirety of the confines of the combat zone. There will be no place you can escape to. The celestial object will disappear, and it will just be dead space. Fortunately, you only need to survive 5 minutes. Approximately 3 pulses. If you touch it, I don't know how many times you can resist oblivion.
Well, those were the two we had our main questions about.
Once you've won, Jackie, break its neck. even if it's dishonorable. They will put it in the vault.
I'll just eat it.
Do not consume it. Its energies will absorb into you. If you can kill it at distance, you'll have a brief moment in which, after you've won, it will subject itself to you and your designs because it lost. It will, in that very brief moment, and you'll know exactly when, there will be a moment in which its power does not cover its one vulnerability. Crush it ruthlessly. Then dissociate from it completely. Once its power disperses, it will disintegrate.
Gotcha.
Just let it disintegrate. Don't let your greed get ahead of you. It is
No, it's fine. No, it's good.
The generation, or the herald of, was Mark 1. It was the prototype for this.
Is there any other matchup you would suggest we change?
Is that your personal question?
Yes.
Not necessarily. You have above 50% chances of winning on all matchups. Unfortunately, you won't get perfect. They're too powerful for that. There is a still non-insignificant tens of percentile chance of it surprising you. If it does surprise you, that percentage of winning and losing will be flipped.
There's always an element of uncertainty in these things.
Right, but if you surprise it, you can turn a potential into an absolute. It's whoever surprises who first. Do not think holding back a trump card for later is a good idea. If the trump card can be applied in the most efficient and effective situation, even if it reveals your hand, it's a one and done fight. Put it down. Don't hold on to those cards because you think it'll come in use later, because you won't get the chance to use it. And if you don't use any of your trump cards, you are guaranteed to lose. Show them your power, things you've been hiding from the Empire. Don't be afraid to flex.
Well, and transmission is Jackie. And then round of generation, clockwork queen / fuck me, we'll figure it out.
Do know this. If any fighter dies within 24 hours of a duel, it is still considered a draw. You need to survive your battle. You may consider it a win, but it is not in the eyes of your enemy. You cannot survive your fight. It doesn't count.
Yeah, because we are assets at the end of the day, and the reason why they're submitting is because we are assets above theirs. So it makes sense.
Precisely.
All right, well, anybody else got questions they want to ask about people?
Yeah, I have a quick question. The the one I'm fighting against, and transmission. What's the What is the pulse? Is it energy?
No, it's departicle. Antiparticle.
Antiparticle. All right.
It will create a vacuum after fired because there is no particles, no molecules, no atoms left. Reality will buckle, shudder. Your mirror dimension will activate briefly, forcing particles in and atoms in. You'll be unmade.
Okay. All right.
It is borderline ruinous to this, beyond this dimension. It
Yeah.
pushes the border between letting the great enemy in. But fortunately, this dimension is shielded by a very forward-thinking group. They have set up a protective safety net. It will fire 3 times. But if you do survive it and successfully kill it, the Greys will show. But not to punish you. They will make sure whatever council remains will be severely punished, removing any rebellion and insurrection and thoughts of reneging completely.
Why don't we just do end transmission first then?
They have put the fight list in the very specific order on purpose.
Gotcha.
Just like you get to receive that list in the order and assign your fighters, because that's their advantage. They've sent a very specific list in a very specific order, and your advantage is you get to pick who you think is best.
So our conversation's secure currently, isn't it?
No, not from a couple forces. I can't prevent them from spying, but they have no effect on the fight.
No one relevant to the fight?
Nothing relevant to the fight. No.
Great. I was planning to kill the council of the aliens afterwards anyway.
The Greys will do it for you.
Oh, I was going to do it so that their people would understand that they don't have a chance against us.
You could probably negotiate with the Greys with the opportunity for execution with your own hands. Jackie would be best to do it because they're owed for the wrongness that was inflicted upon them.
Oh, hear that, Jackie? Did you know you were owed a debt?
I mean,
the Greys will hold them down for you. You can kill them with whatever method you please. Don't devour them. They will, within 100 years, subsume Ice Queen, their psyche, their ego, their identity, their consciousness, and you'll be the vessel for the new council. Put them down so they're forgotten forever.
I'll just give them the Velo.
That won't work.
That's a joke.
Is it?
Yes.
If you say so.
I do.
Then you do.
Then we're in agreement. Great. Moving on. I mean, we have about all the information we really strictly need, right?
We should have. All should have one more question.
No, we have a question. One question about each of the fighters. It's just I don't know what to fucking ask.
Vehicle's like, My opponent, Devastation. What's their ignition method? What kickstarts the energy sequence to get them rolling? Because if I can kill that catalytic sequence, I can stop this whole mess, and I don't have to try as hard. They have something equivalent to the Chemtech engine. They have a chemical reaction. It's a fuel tank. That's why they can only run as long as they do. It's a fuel system, just like a car, an old gas car. You just have to prevent the chemicals from interacting.
Almost rudimentary.
It's going to be very difficult even for you to get at. It's actually better to let them fire it off and continually apply outside pressure to reduce fuel efficiency.
I was going to say accelerate the burn process.
Precisely. Turn that efficient vehicle into a gas guzzler. Reduce their miles per gallon. It also builds up toxic waste in their system if the less efficient the reaction is. The more interference you can put on it, and the more fuel they have to burn in a shorter period of time, the more toxins are released into their body. Once the fuel is burned up, it might just kill them outright from shock. I just have to play the biggest game of tag my life has ever experienced, all the while so yeah, no, I can do this. How dare he even try to touch a god?
I actually do have a question.
Yes.
What is the Gregorius consultation actually capable of?
That's a too broad of a question. Be hyper specific. That one is very difficult to pin down.
What is its primary method of victory in the upcoming combat?
Good. It will not be what you expect. It will not go after you. It'll go after your people. The people refereeing. Your people will be an infringement. They will, when pressured, try to go assist, break cordon, enter the arena. It'll happen early. It won't happen in the fight. It'll still be in the room. Anyone who enters the hangar offering services will be a carrier for a signal wave. Because it does not specify that you cannot fuck with anyone in the weight rooms. One of your people will unfortunately find their way in there, and they will become a carrier wave. They will go and then spread that carrier wave.
Yeah.
And eventually you will have most likely a very large vessel that'll start to move on its own, break cordon, enter, and try and fire out on it. And then you will forfeit.
Sounds like gonna have S working on keeping that down.
Precisely. Its other method, since it is not so simple, you won't be able to pin it on it. It's too clever. It's too careful. But it will try and manipulate your friend and foe response, your fight and flight response. It'll be subtle, and you won't see it happening. You will need to turn off emotion, turn off any type of illogical thinking, become a computer. Turn thought process as binary as possible. Fixate not on it. It is going to attack you if you do so. But if your defenses are hefty, it is not a particularly lethal fighter. Its weapons are not as lethal as its companions. If you fixate on the objective, and you fixate on defending the objective, you will win by ring out.
So Skippy's not a bad choice. Got it.
Fixation will win. Skippy is not a bad choice. I give it a 75% chance. If it goes down a specific route, it will try and distract Skippy, and Skippy is easily distractible. It'll fixate on the wrong thing, and it'll win by ring out. Because Skippy can't fixate on the right objective. You will need to provide Skippy a new means or additional means of refixating on the right thing. Shouldn't be too hard. It's actually one of the easier matchups. Britannia kind of holds up their hand. Am I good in any of these fights? The best percentage I see you having against any fighter, 30%. You are not a good choice for any matchup. You're too heavy, too slow, too direct. I'm sorry. Well, I suppose. You are going to be absolutely essential in the installation of some of the more esoteric technologies that'll be developed in the next 2 days. Your redundancy systems and applications will help other individuals who are going to be participating. They will most likely be able to actually rely on some of their technology. So you must be a participant in the development, implementation, and deployment of the mechs, but you cannot participate yourself.
What is the actual specialization and combat capability of the Guardian?
That's difficult to say. That's almost borderline to obtuse, but it particularly has a focus on learning. Everything you do is observed. Everything you do will be studied. Everything you do will eventually be something it's already seen and something it can do itself. It's not the adaptability that it's the best. It's its body's evolutionary capabilities. That's what makes it most lethal. Your nanotechnology will be copied. Your swarm variants will be copied.
No, that's fine.
If you are Legion, it becomes Legion.
I understand what I'm dealing with now.
It does take time, which is its only vulnerability. Kill it quickly.
It's not. It's not its only vulnerability. There's a very fundamental one with all of them. You guys realize this, yeah? There's a reason I'm confident I could take, well, at least until we have more details on some of the more esoteric ones, that I could take anything that the enemy
Which one is
can
that?
grow. Oh no, there's a list that I wouldn't want to be paired up against at this point, because we have sufficient information. They're still made of flesh.
It won't be. Not entirely. You've been observed over quite some time. Your gate tech, you will have it too.
Okay. I'm going to be using something they haven't seen me use before. It's fine.
Good.
Something I really don't use, honestly.
Good.
Last time I used it, I wasn't in the limelight for anything.
Agreed.
Point is, that's why I'm confident in them. Because
Next question.
no matter what.
If there are any questions remaining. Ezekiel holds up a hand. Question for me. What is the worst mistake I can do? Take a hit. Even as the initial ignition, you will die on impact. It is designed to break ships and space stations. You are neither. Nor are you as durable as you think you are. It will break you down from your core. Your potential will shatter on impact. And you will not recover. Keep distance. Do not dodge by a razor margin. Do everything that a god would do to avoid being sullied and dirtied by the mortal and the mundane and the unworthy. Kind of puffs up like, yeah, I wouldn't want it to touch a god. And so,
And there he goes.
Next.
Does anybody else actually have a question for this?
The ace
that
will
I can think of.
hold up a hand. What's the main armament of the scholar? A spear. It transforms the tip. Do not be surprised, for when it strikes, it can become any type of weapon on the end of it, but it is a master of spear techniques, at least at the start. It does have others, but that's its primary and favorite weapon. And do not be surprised if this spear extends or shortens. There's a reason why it's gotten the better of just about every opponent it's come across, and are engineered over a systematic series of techniques, brutally eviscerating its opponent, one piece at a time. It is a very honorable opponent. If you best it, it will surrender to a better warrior. But if you dishonor it, it will fight to its dying death, or dying breath.
It's dying death!
Yeah. It also will defy death itself. It will martyr itself to take you out with it, to make a draw, if it knows it can't win. And it will be very sneaky. You will not realize it.
Hey guys,
Mhm.
I'm heading out.
Same. That's why I was
I just-
asking if there was more stuff, because I want to go
Next.
to bed.
I don't really have any more questions. I'm going to be throwing my lot of what I have available at trying to do the getting the mech built for
Oh, Voidwalker.
Voidwalker.
Good call calling in Ia, because they wouldn't have appeared if not called.
Yeah, I know. That's why I called her.
Question
Uh,
then.
Okay.
Night.
What should I learn for my fight?